As far as I remember, only 2 issues of our theoretical organ Spark came out before I was arrested for the 3rd time. The most important articles in them concern the preparations for the Fourth International and Trotsky's criticisms of both the Popular Front and the new Soviet Constitution. Apart from these, I should also mention CHN Tusio's thesis on democracy, which signaled an important change in his thinking, in effect representing a retreat on his part after 2 decades of uninterrupted advance. After his imprisonment and his enforced separation from the struggle, CHN Tusio's thinking began to show signs of retrogression. At first he voiced doubts on the nature of the Soviet Union, which in his view was no longer either a workers' state, or even, as Trotsky analyzed it, a degenerate workers' state. He argued that once the working class had been driven out of the state machinery it could by definition no longer be called a proletarian state, and therefore characterized the Soviet Union under Stalin as a bureaucratic state. This was an emotional and instinctive response to the Moscow trials, rather than a thoroughly thought-out piece of historical and sociological research. Later he made a serious study of the historical evolution of democracy, in which he concluded that the history of mankind was essentially the history of the development of democracy, and that, from the time when slave society had destroyed the democracy of primitive communism down to the present, the replacement of one social form by another had invariably signified a qualitative development and extension of democracy even though historical development did not follow a linear path. This led him to his second conclusion, namely that democracy, apart from being the most reliable indicator of whether a given society is progressive or reactionary, was completely devoid of all class character, and certainly not specific to the bourgeoisie. It was reactionary for socialists to reject democracy on the grounds that it pertained to a class other than the proletariat, since a workers' state would by definition be much more democratic than a capitalist state. Not one of us agreed with these views of his. We thought that by raising democracy above class as a historical factor he had reduced it to an abstraction. As I followed Lenin's line on democracy, it was decided that I should write a reply to CHN's article, to be published alongside it in Spark. At the time I was in the middle of reading Trotsky's Communism and Terrorism, which contains many excellent arguments refuting Koskai's ideas on democracy, so I translated a 188 number of passages from the book and sent them to CHN Tusio for him to read. They had no effect on him, however, and he stuck to his guns. After the signing of the Hitler-Stalin Pact in 1939, he even began to urge support for the democratic powers against the Soviet Union, thus completing his ideological break from Trotskyism. Some of his writings from this period were afterwards published in Shanghai by his pupil Ho Zishen. Between 1936 and 1937 the Kuomintang carried out a number of important improvements to its machinery of repression, entering what I earlier called the fourth period, the period of scientific repression. Shortly after the new Provisional Central Committee of our organization came into being, Yin Keyuan suddenly disappeared, and many weeks later we learned that he was being held in the secret prison of the Kuomintang Special Service. At about the same time Han Kaiyan happened to be released from another prison, so he took Yin Keyuan's place on the Central Committee. Han Kaiyan told us that special agents were everywhere, and were extremely interested in our group. He warned us to improve our security, but even he did not really know just how the special agents operated and what methods of surveillance they were using, so we were unable to take effective precautions against spying and infiltration. In March or April 1937 a worker who had been arrested together with Yin Keyuan and later freed bumped into Chang and had a quiet conversation with him, explaining how he had been arrested, forced to recant his ideas, and subsequently released from prison. He warned Chn that we could not continue working in the old way, as we were already under close scrutiny from the special agents, who could finish us off whenever they chose. He told Chn that he wanted to wash his hands of the movement, and said he was only telling him all this for the sake of past friendship. Chn immediately became very excited and rushed over to my place to tell me the news. We realized that the situation was serious, but suspected that the man who had given the warning might have become a special agent himself, and might therefore have been deliberately exaggerating the danger. We agreed that we had to be more vigilant, but that there could be no question of abandoning our old way of working. Shortly afterwards, Chang was on his way to visit Han Kaiyan one afternoon when he spotted two men in workmen's overalls behaving suspiciously outside the front door. Struggle and my darkest days of Han's house. He abruptly turned round and started walking back the way he had come, with the two agents closely shadowing him. After several hours he managed to shake them off, and hurried back to Han Kaiyan's place to warn him of the danger. Han Chun had no time to pack any of his belongings. If he had hesitated for a moment, he would almost certainly have been rearrested. All the other comrades who might have been in danger of arrest were ordered to leave their homes immediately. Thus we successfully weathered yet another storm. The situation was indeed extremely serious. The CCP underground organization in Shanghai had been defunct for many years, partly as a result of Kuomintang repression and partly following the party's decision to withdraw to their bases in the countryside. Now the Kuomintang clearly intended to uproot our organization as well, fearing that we might benefit from the anti-imperialist mass movement growing up as a result of Japanese aggression in North China. We were very aware of the imminent danger, but there was little we could do. Calling a halt to our activities was obviously out of the question. Should we then follow the example of the CCP and leave the cities? But we had no bases to retreat to, and in any case our orientation towards the working class would not allow us to leave Shanghai. There was no alternative but to carry on and take the consequences. In May 1937, the inevitable happened and I was arrested by Kuomintang special agents, exactly a year after I had married for the second time, and a few weeks after the birth of my daughter. In a way, I profited from the disaster of my arrest, for I got to know a great deal about the new scientific police techniques which the Kuomintang had learned from Stalin and Hitler. Today Hitler and Stalin are dead, but their science lives on in ever more parts of the world, and many of my close friends are even now suffering as a result. That is why I intend to devote rather more space to my experience of such methods than my own importance warrants. Any bitterness I might feel is secondary. My real aim is to denounce the system in all its barbarity and inhumanity. I was arrested in the French concession of Shanghai by two plainclothes agents. They acted in complete disregard for all legal procedures, simply pointing a pistol at me, dragging me into a car parked nearby, and speeding off to the Special Service headquarters in the Chinese area of the city. Immediately on arrival I was dragged off to the interrogation chamber, and subjected to non-stop hot and cold treatment for over 40 hours. At first I was welcomed by a young man speaking with a Shenzi accent, who said he was an old friend of mine and asked me if I recognized him. This was of course a lie, but it was clear that at one time or another he had been a member of the Communist Party. After some polite remarks, he produced pen and paper and told me to make a voluntary confession, adding that we were not in a prison but in a center for making voluntary confessions. I told him that if I was not under arrest I did not have to do so and that by rights I should be free to go. He then said that he would dispense with the confession. All I had to do was give him the addresses of a few comrades. He would invite them to come and make voluntary confessions, and I myself would be set free. I replied that as all my friends were non-political there was no point in bringing them there. Just then two burly thugs rushed in from the next room shouting at the young man that there was no need to be polite with me. One of them grabbed me by the shoulders, while the other smashed a thick piece of wood on the back of my head. Everything turned black, and I fell unconscious. After a while I came to. I had a splitting headache. Several ferocious men were looking down at me, arms akimbo. They were just about to start on me again when two other men, these with kind, smiling faces, intervened to push them aside. They offered me a cup of tea and feigned concern at the wound on the back of my head. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, even pretended to upbraid the others for beating me. Ordering them to leave the room, he sat down opposite me and sincerely apologized for what had happened. I was disgusted by the whole spectacle. Every one of them was an atrocious actor, but they were not in the least concerned with audience reaction, staging the same performance over and over again. Finally they reduced their demands to only one: I should tell them the addresses of 3 comrades, and then I would be free to go. By this time I could see there was no point in shamming ignorance or giving them misleading answers, so I told them directly that, do what they would never get a single address out of me. The same afternoon, after 7 or 8 hours of the hot and cold routine, the little drama reached its climax. I was dragged off into a special room by a gang of thugs. One of them gagged me and threw me down on the floor. I lay there flat on my face, with my legs tied tightly together, while men on either side of me jerked up my arms, and 2 others clubbed me on the back of the thighs and on the ankles. I am not sure how long this went on, for I lost consciousness after about 30 blows. By the time I came to, I was lying in an armchair in another room. Once again it was time for the warm spell. My old friend asked me if I was hungry. I did not answer, but he went ahead and ordered me a meal of fried rice. I had eaten nothing all day, but I did not touch it, since I had completely lost my appetite. He then told me that I should look after my health, and think of my wife and daughter. Once again he asked me to hand over the addresses, but I ignored him. The gentle approach having seemingly reached stalemate, the strong-arm men made another entrance, but the gentleman motioned them out again. I was now left alone in the room with just one man, who stood there looking at me. The atmosphere was very tense. The men in the next room were pretending to have an argument, just loud enough for me to catch the drift of it. The man who stayed behind with me pretended to be sympathetic, and said, "Why go through it all again? You'll have to give in eventually, everyone does once they get in here. Use your brains. What's the point in resisting?" I was inwardly composed, having had ample experience by now of their torture, and knowing exactly what to expect. The worst they could do was kill me. The torturers came in again, and I braced myself for the onslaught. 2 ordered me to get up and go with them. I could not stand, so each grabbed an arm and I was frog-marched out of the room. I thought I was in for another beating, but to my surprise I was deposited in a bare cell with wooden bars. They told me to get some rest. I lay down on the ground, my whole body racked with pain and bleeding from the head and ankles, but far too tired to feel depressed and wanting only to sleep. I closed my eyes, but within 5 minutes a group of men rushed into the cell and dragged me out. By now I was completely incapable of supporting myself, and they had to carry me. To my astonishment I found a group of scholarly-looking gentlemen waiting for me. There were several armchairs in the room, grouped around a small circular table, on which were tea and cigarettes. I was told to help myself. As I was carried into the room the scholars stood up and helped me to an armchair, with expressions of sympathy on their faces. After that one of them began to speak, saying that he wanted to exchange opinions with me and discuss a few questions, that they were entirely without any preconceived ideas and that all they were interested in was the truth. He also told me that if I managed to persuade them of my ideas they would join me, but if as a result of our discussion I decided that they were right, then they hoped I would follow their example of open-mindedness and go over to their side. After he had outlined the aim of the meeting, another one of the scholars suggested that we should discuss the nature of the Chinese Revolution. Despite the horror of it all I could see the humor in the situation and felt like laughing, but this impulse was immediately submerged by a wave of anger. The discussion continued, and one after another the scholars stepped forward with brilliant arguments in the service of the truth. Gradually my anger and hatred dissipated, and I began to see them as pathetic. The fact that such shameless cynics could exist on this earth made me want to weep. They spoke as if they had been wound up like gramophones beforehand, and what they called a discussion was in fact the same old record played over and over again. All they had to do was open their mouths, and out it came. The argument went as follows: the Chinese Revolution was bourgeois in character. Lenin, Stalin, Trotsky, all were unanimous on this point, and, as scholars, they agreed with this view. It was therefore only natural that Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek should lead the revolution. Like Mao Zedong, we Trotskyists committed one absolutely unforgivable error. While we admitted that the revolution was bourgeois in character, we refused to recognize that Chiang Kai-shek, the Kuomintang, and the bourgeoisie were the leaders of the revolution. As a result, we did nothing but cause trouble and disruption, thus preventing Chiang from completing the revolution. Not only were we acting contrary to the needs of the revolution, but we were violating the instructions of Lenin and Trotsky. Therefore, they concluded, if I wanted to be a true Marxist-Leninist, I should put my trust in the Kuomintang. At first I said nothing in reply, but when they pressed me I told them that I was ignorant of theoretical questions. Finally I could stand it no longer, and said that if they really wanted a discussion with me they should first restore my freedom, since between prisoner and jailer no discussion was possible. At this point some experts of the other sort took over and ordered me to my feet, but by now I was incapable of standing. They again ordered me to get up, saying that I could rest against the table if I needed to. When I collapsed they told me for a third time to get up, and one of them fired a single question at me, where does Chiang live? All I had to do was answer that one question and I could go back to my cell and sleep. If they actually managed to catch him as a result of my tip-off, they would set me free immediately. I said nothing, and they started screaming at me like frenzied animals, where does Chiang live? Where does Chiang live? Answer. Answer. Are you going to tell us? They asked me the same question over and over again with monotonous regularity. Sometimes they shouted at the tops of their voices, sometimes they adopted a less aggressive tone. At the same time other men kept on walking round me in a circle, rolling up their sleeves in a threatening way, glowering at me and swearing constantly. Every now and then a friend would intervene on my behalf and push them out of the way, at the same time earnestly advising me to cooperate. After a while the exercise became pointless, and they once again changed tactics. Someone came in from the next room and whispered to the apparent leader of the team of interrogators, loud enough for me to hear, "Do you want me to bring Chiang in now?" The man pretended to think for a while, and then shook his head. Turning to me, he said, "We have already got Chiang here. We picked him up a long time ago. We were only asking you to tell us his address to give you a chance to prove that you're sincere about confessing." It was a crude trick, which a child could have seen through. And so it went on, minute after minute and hour after hour, for almost 2 days and nights, during which time the only respite I got apart from a few visits to the toilet was the 2 or 3 hours I spent in my cell. By the second night I was half dead, lying in a daze on the floor of my cell. The thugs returned once again to drag me out, and my old friend with the Shenzi accent was waiting for me. He told me that I was a great disappointment to them, and that they had wasted a lot of time trying to save me from the pit into which I had fallen. There was nothing more they could do except send me to Nanking. Just before I was to leave he came up to give me some more friendly advice, telling me that the new method of dealing with political offenders was to destroy them either politically or physically. The old days were now over, and I should harbor no illusions on that score. It was no longer a question of sitting out one sentence at public expense, while studying in preparation for the day when one would return to the fight. What he told me was true. The days of bourgeois democracy were well and truly over, and the scientific policing techniques, 194, perfected by Stalin and Hitler and adopted by Chiang Kai-shek, were becoming more and more widely used. Any revolutionary arrested under such conditions had to be clear on this point, and face up to the stark choice between political and physical annihilation. Shortly before my arrest I had pondered at length on the strange behavior of the old Bolsheviks at the Moscow trials, little realizing that I would very soon find the key to this apparent riddle in my own experience. Lying there in my cell, I suddenly remembered that Trotsky had once said, even Bolsheviks are made of flesh and blood. I shuddered involuntarily, resolving to increase my vigilance from then on. I was put on the Shanghai-Nanking night train by 2 special agents. I fell asleep as soon as I got on the train, and only awoke when we drew into Shaoquan railway station in Nanking. My first stop in Nanking was a secret service center housed in a luxury mansion surrounded by a big garden. I was led off to a beautifully furnished and decorated room where I flopped into an armchair, absolutely exhausted and racked with pain from the maltreatment I had suffered. The guards left me completely alone, so I managed to snatch a few hours' sleep. Later on, in the afternoon, a man dressed in the khaki uniform of a Kuomintang officer came in to inspect me. I braced myself for yet another bout of torture, but he simply asked my name and place of birth, and then left. After a while another man came in, also in officer's uniform. This time it really was an old friend of mine, an ex-Trotskyist I knew from Moscow. I prepared to resist his attempts to cajole me into surrender, but to my surprise all he did was offer me a cigarette and order the guards not to maltreat me. He then told me that if I wanted anything, I should send him a message, and left. Finally, a man in a Sun Yat-sen jacket came rushing in with a file of documents in his hand, saying that he had just finished reading the Secret Service reports on me from Shanghai and that in his opinion I had a feudal sense of morality. Actually, he went on, it would be much more moral of you to tell us your friend's address, so that he can start a new life. He told me that I should think about what he had to say. When I said that I knew of no addresses, he smiled knowingly and sighed. As he left the room I could hear him saying, "Such a pity, such a pity." After that 2 guards and a special agent dragged me off into a car and drove me out through the Nanking city gates and along a country road. I was sitting on the back seat, with a guard on one side and the special agent, who was holding a revolver, on the other. My hands were handcuffed together. No one said a word, and all 3 of my escorts had grim looks. The fields were absolutely deserted. We were racing along at high speed. I expected that at any moment the car would screech to a halt, and I would be pushed out and shot in the back of the head. The idea almost cheered me up, since at least it would have meant an end to the torture, and I was inwardly very composed. My expectations proved to be unfounded. After an hour's drive we arrived at a small town, where I was taken out of the car and into another Secret Service detention center next to the Nanking Metropolitan Reformatory. Inside the detention center there was a small courtyard. The atmosphere was quiet and almost peaceful. Around the courtyard there were 10 newly built one-man cells, so tiny that there was only room in them for a bed and a bucket. The distance from wall to wall was less than an arm's breadth, and from the door to the back wall less than 5 paces. The walls and the ceiling were whitewashed, so that after a few hours one's eyes began to ache. The bed was a bare wooden board. In other jails the authorities would issue blankets or cotton-padded military overcoats, but here prisoners had to rely for warmth on the clothes they happened to be wearing at the time of their arrest, whatever the weather and whatever the time of day or night. It was early summer when I first got to the prison. Summer and autumn passed and winter set in, but throughout this whole period all I had to cover me was my thin Western-style jacket. I was totally cut off from all contact with the outside world, so there was no chance of getting my family to bring me in the things I needed. I was simply left to rot. I asked the jailer for a cotton-padded uniform, but was told, "You can have whatever you want, all you have to do is to comply with the demands of the authorities." In other words, I would have to betray my comrades. Clearly their scientific methods knew no limits, they were even prepared to exploit the changing seasons in their campaign of persecution. Here, unlike in normal prisons, there was no regular supervision of the cells every few minutes or so. The only time we ever saw the warders was when they came into the yard to make a quick inspection at the beginning of each new watch, but they always left again immediately. The chief jailer would then lock the outer gates and post a guard outside. This was all part of their scientific method, intended to prevent prisoners from fraternizing with the guards, so that their was none of the smuggling out of secret messages which had been a common feature of normal prison life. For a long time I never saw a soul, not even the grim faces of the prison guides. Although the other 9 cells were occupied, contact was impossible, and any attempt at establishing it would have been extremely dangerous, since one could never be sure whether the man in the cell next door was a genuine prisoner or not. Not only did I never see anyone, but I never heard a single sound either. The courtyard was absolutely silent and deserted. How I longed for some sign of life. Anyone who has never lived through such an experience could not possibly imagine the extent to which loneliness and isolation can eat into the soul. It is impossible to sleep all the time. For long periods of the day and night you must be awake, and once awake, you cannot keep your eyes closed, however much you try. But all the time you have them open, you are forced to look at that dazzling sheet of whiteness, at once menacing and monotonous. The bleak emptiness of it eventually makes you colorblind, and even drives you mad. When awake it is also impossible not to think. But since you are without books to read, paper to write on, or contact with people or things, your thoughts wander aimlessly, like a small boat which has lost both rudder and sail. This seeming loneliness and isolation is in fact fraught with danger, for at any moment torturers may arrive to put an end to that terrible quiet. To die is not in itself a difficult thing. What is difficult to endure is the permanent threat of torture hanging over your head. There is a limit to the physical pain which torture can cause, but the idea that the solitude may suddenly be interrupted by yet another bout of agony is enough to shatter your nerves. I asked the prison authorities for a book to read, any book, on any subject. You shouldn't be reading, the guard answered politely, with just the trace of a smile. You should be doing some serious thinking. When you've thought matters through to a conclusion, you may request an interview with the prison authorities. I had been in the experimental prison for over a month when I was summoned from my cell for the first time. 2 armed guards escorted me along the corridor, and I was taken into an interrogation chamber. Inside there were several agents in civilian clothes waiting for me. Some were standing up, others were seated. Each looked at me in a different way, some glared, others were smiling, some appeared to be totally indifferent, and some affected to show concern. For me, my escort ordered me to sit down and wait, and told me that the chief interrogator had not yet arrived. I sat on the edge of my seat, bracing myself for the possibility of torture. After half an hour or so, a high-ranking official came into the room. The atmosphere became even more tense, and all the agents in the room seemed to be busy making preparations for some sort of sacrificial ceremony. The official sat down, and I was asked to sit down in front of him. Pretending to leaf through a file of documents, he proceeded to check my name, age, and place of birth against the report he had received from Shanghai. He asked me if I had anything new to say. I told him no. He then adjourned the sitting, ordering the guards to escort me back to my cell for another think. It was not at all clear to me whether this little episode, which had started out so menacingly only to fizzle out, was a sign of the inefficiency of the Secret Service or part of a carefully conceived plan to break my will. After an interval of 2 months, during which time I was ignored, another high-ranking officer of the Secret Service came to make an inspection of the courtyard. When he arrived at the door of my cell, I seized the opportunity to demand either to be handed over to the judiciary or to be transferred to the military police headquarters in Nanking for a proper trial. He politely asked me my name, getting one of his aides to note it down for him, and then told me that I would receive an answer very soon. The same afternoon I was summoned from my cell and escorted to a room bare of all furniture. 2 agents ripped off my coat, and while one of them held me by the arm, the other beat me on the back with a rubber truncheon until my shirt was in shreds and my blood was pouring down me. 4 days after this incident I had to lie on my stomach because of the wounds. This was their way of answering my demand. The next stage in the war of nerves against me was to move me into a bigger cell with 2 other men. One of them, called Wang, had been chief of staff to General Wang, one of the commanders of guerrilla forces fighting the Japanese in Manchuria. Wang told me that he had been sent to Nanking by his commander to receive instructions from the central government. Unaware of the antagonisms between the various factions in the capital, he had fallen foul of the CHN brothers by making contact with their rivals the Blue Shirts, for which he had been arrested and thrown in jail. By the time I met him he had been there for several months, during which time he had never once been contacted by the prison authorities. Our other companion was a martial arts practitioner of the Shaolin school from Honan province. I later learned that he had been the bodyguard of one of the leaders of the Central Statistical Bureau of the Kuomintang Intelligence Services, and had been imprisoned as a punishment for some minor misdemeanor. I had no idea why my conditions had suddenly improved, but after spending such a long time in solitary confinement I was glad of any human company. Wang was a pious Christian, and getting on in years. He was very sentimental and emotional, always worrying about his wife and family who were hiding out with the guerrillas on the wooded slopes of the Changpai Mountains in northeast China. He was deeply embittered, and during his months of isolation his one way of finding solace was through prayer. He prayed several times a day, but saved his longest and most moving prayers for the evening, just before going to bed. Sitting there in the darkness of the cell, he would invariably add a short prayer for his fellows in misfortune. Then he would break down, sobbing and choking with emotion. After he had said his final Amen, we would lie there in complete silence. I am a convinced atheist, and normally detest all forms of wallowing in emotion, but I must admit that his prayers disturbed my peace of mind. At first I suspected that Wang was a plant, and that his prayers were all part of the scientific war of nerves against me, but I soon realized that he really was a leader of the Northeast Volunteer Army and that his prayers were from the heart. The Shaolin boxer, on the other hand, was a plant. Every day he was summoned out of the cell for an hour or two. Finally, in a bout of conscience, he confessed that he had been ordered by the authorities to spy on us, and told that he would be released from prison early if he found out the addresses of some of my comrades in Shanghai. The tactic of improving my treatment had failed, and I was taken back to solitary confinement. It was like returning to the bleakness of the desert, with the never-ending isolation gnawing at the soul. And so it went on, day in, day out, until after the outbreak of hostilities in Shanghai on August 13, 1937. Even then it was not until the Chinese forces had suffered repeated defeats that any change came about. During that period the monotonous silence of the courtyard was broken only twice. The first time was one midnight, when I heard the heavy tramp of jackboots coming along the corridor, getting louder and louder. The heavy iron gate was clanked open, and a file of men marched into the courtyard. This was most unusual, since normally the changeover of sentries was a much more relaxed affair. I sat up and braced myself for the worst, but to my relief the men marched past the door of my own cell and stopped at another at the end of the row. I heard them opening the lock and withdrawing the iron bolt, and a voice ordering the prisoner to come out. This command was issued in a quiet but menacing voice. A terrible silence followed, and I could see in my mind's eye the tense confrontation that was taking place. I heard a distraught voice asking what for? Once again the command was repeated. "I'm not coming," answered the prisoner, terror and anger in his voice. "Come out, nothing's going to happen to you, we just want to move you somewhere else." They were obviously trying to coax him out. Another terrible silence followed. Then there was the sound of a struggle as the man was beaten and dragged from his cell. Once more I heard the feet tramping past my cell door, marching out through the iron gate and disappearing along the corridor. Then the blanket of silence returned. The second incident also took place at night. I suddenly heard noises coming from the cell to the left of me, where someone was hammering wildly on the cell door, screaming and crying at the top of his voice. The guards immediately rushed into the courtyard. First of all they shouted at him to be quiet, and when this failed, threatened and finally beat him. Despite everything they did, the man continued to cry and shout. He had evidently gone mad. After all else failed, the guards tied him up and left him to calm down. He kept on shouting out a woman's name. At first his voice was clear and loud, but later became very hoarse and began to crack and falter. He carried on like this until the afternoon of the next day, when the poor fellow was carried out, trussed up like a dead pig. Once again the silence returned. I knew nothing of the outbreak of the war with Japan until the middle of August, when I saw 3 aircraft flying overhead and heard the sound of nearby anti-aircraft guns. Naturally I was unaware of what precisely was happening, but it was obvious that the Japanese had declared war on China. I became very excited, since whatever happened in the real war, at least the war of nerves against me would almost certainly be called off. I would either end up being shot as a victim of Kuomintang frustration in the case of a defeat, or else be released unharmed. 200. After the aerial battles over Nanking started, the atmosphere in the courtyard changed. At first, the guards became less stern than usual, and sometimes even exchanged a few words with me. Previously, prisoners had been strictly forbidden to make contact with each other, but now the guards would occasionally open 2 cells at a time when bringing round food or taking away the night soil buckets, and would allow us to chat together. After they had left the courtyard, we would even hold shouted conversations through the little holes in our cell doors. I now learned for the first time that my neighbor to the right was no less than Wang, a leading member of the Democratic National Reconstruction Association, who became Vice Minister of Finance in the People's Government after the liberation. He had managed to keep his spirits up during his imprisonment, despite being an old man of nearly 60. He used to practice shadowboxing in his cell to while away the time, and through our telephone conversations we got on very well together. When he was eventually released around the end of August, he delivered a letter to my wife for me, and we kept up our friendship long after our release from jail. I have met many of the leaders of the small so-called democratic parties that emerged after the Japanese surrender. Most of them were political careerists with talents more appropriate to an official than to a revolutionary, but Wang Xiaoyao was different. He was a man of backbone who always insisted on sticking to his own opinions, despite the fact that his politics were extremely confused, and he thought that the program of the Chinese Revolution could be confined to demanding the right to education and the right to work. One afternoon something very strange happened. We heard the sound of slogans being shouted from the Nanking Reformatory next door. One man took the lead and the others immediately echoed him, so that we could hear the words very clearly. Long live Generalissimo Chang, long live the Three People's Principles, long live the Kuomintang. I could not imagine for the life of me what was happening. I also heard the same high-pitched voice that had been leading the shouting, delivering some sort of speech. This went on for several hours, and when the sentries came round the courtyard I asked them what was happening. They told me that the man making the speeches was the communist representative Zhou Enlai, and that he had come to explain the CCP's new United Front policy to the men working in the reformatory, all of whom struggle and my darkest days 201 we members of the party. I listened again, and sure enough it was the high-pitched voice of my old friend. I already knew that the CCP had changed its line and realized from my long experience as a revolutionary that tactical maneuvers were often necessary and permissible, but to a dogmatic revolutionary like myself, this display was both absurd and incredible, and I could hardly believe what I had heard. Shortly afterwards all the prisoners in the reformatory were released, and even those of us locked up in the little courtyard were being set free one by one, so that I too expected that a change would come about in my own situation. Towards the end of August, the authorities finally remembered my existence and sent 2 high-ranking officials down to talk with me. They told me that I could go free if I agreed to issue a statement supporting Chang and the Kuomintang, but I refused. I was prepared to declare my firm support for the war of resistance to Japan under the leadership of the Kuomintang, but not to give up my own approach to the various other questions involved. Our talk went on for several hours, and was rather like a haggling session in the marketplace, but no deal was struck. Just before I was escorted back to my cell, one of the officials said to me, "You can't blame us for keeping you here, you know. It's your own fault." You obviously don't want to be let out. September and October passed, and halfway through November I was still sitting there in my solitary cell. Other prisoners came and went, although as the months went by their political complexion gradually changed from anti to pro-Japanese, but I, who didn't want to be let out, stayed behind bars throughout. It was clear from the growing number of Japanese aircraft over Nanking, where they enjoyed unchallenged supremacy, that the war was going very badly for China. I think Yensuke must have been on the Japanese warplanes route to Nanking, because we always heard them flying overhead just before the bombs fell on the city. At first the Kuomintang had regularly sent up a few planes to intercept the invaders and engage them in dogfights in the airspace above us, but after a while they stopped coming, and the Japanese were free to come and go as they pleased, circling the city continuously from morning to night. Although splinters sometimes fell in the courtyard, and the prison was rocked by explosions, we were never allowed to go down into the air raid shelters. As soon as the sirens sounded, the guards would lock the iron gates and hurry off to the shelters, leaving us to the mercies of the enemy aircraft. At first I was scared by the attacks, but I soon got used to them. Since there was nothing I could do about them anyway, I used to climb up to the cell window and watch the patterns traced out against the sky by the Japanese bombs and the anti-aircraft fire. By late November the repercussions of the disintegration of the Nanking government could be felt even in our little courtyard, where none of the normal regulations seemed to apply any longer. Sometimes guards would not turn up for sentry duty, and many of them had deserted their posts to escape the coming Holocaust. 2 days before I was finally released, I and another man called Chin, who had been arrested on suspicion of collaborating with the Japanese, were the only 2 prisoners left in the entire camp. We used to get our food sent in from a neighboring village, since the prison kitchen had by then stopped functioning. There were no longer many aircraft around, and the rumble of artillery fire was getting louder and louder, indicating that the Japanese armies were by now very close to Nanking. The next day the collaborator was released, and I was the only one left in the courtyard. The day after that I finally gained my freedom. The only remaining guard, a man called Wang Shunlin, unlocked my cell door and said, "Everyone else has gone. I want to go too. I want to get out before the Japanese get here. You're free to go now." I told him that when I arrived at the prison a watch and a few dollars had been taken from me and locked up in the office, and asked him if he would go and get them for me. He smiled and told me that I was a frog at the bottom of the well, implying that I obviously knew nothing of the world outside. "You must be mad if you think they're still there," he said. "All the staff have fled already, and they've taken everything worth taking. Run for your life." But that was easier said than done. I was friendless and penniless, the weather was freezing, and all I had on was a ragged cotton shirt and a Western-style jacket. If I didn't starve I would certainly freeze to death. To his credit, the guard put his hand in his pocket and gave me $2, so that I was able to make my way to Nanking, where a friend of mine was living. This was the last I saw of that scientific hell. I was now about to start out on a new stage in my life. Struggle and My Darkest Days 203. But before I finish this chapter there is one more thing that I would like to mention. I learned later from friends that Ye Qianying, then CCP representative in Nanking, spent 2 days scouring the capital trying to secure my release, apparently sometime in late September or early October. By then all the other Trotskyists had been freed, Chn Tusiu and Piang Shutse from civilian prison, and Cheng Chaolin, Ho Zushen, and others from military prison. I was the only member of the organization still imprisoned, and no one knew where I was. Chn Tusiu asked some of his friends in the government to make inquiries about me at the secret police headquarters, but they were told that there was no record of anyone of my name. Lo Han, who was at that time a pottery teacher in Yixing County, also went to Nanking, and on hearing the news decided to ask for Ye Qianying's help. This was typical of Lo Han's naivete, but to everyone's amazement Ye Qianying agreed to his request. The two of them then got into a car and drove round all the semi-secret special service sections in Nanking for 2 days, but received the same reply wherever they went, never heard of him. My comrades therefore concluded that I was dead, murdered by the secret police. I am not trying to suggest that Ye Qianying spent so much of his time trying to track me down because I was in any way a big fish. I am telling this story only to show once again that the attitude of CCP members towards us was neither consistently nor uniformly hostile. As Stalinists they all opposed Trotskyism, but only a handful of them were clear about the issues involved and positively supported Stalin, and of these only Wang Ming and his friends used opposition to Trotskyism to bolster their own political position. Most people attached no importance to the struggle between the two factions, considering it an internal affair of the Soviet Party. The majority of the older generation of party members could never really take seriously the wild allegations leveled against us, and continued to look upon us as fellow revolutionaries. The fact that Ye Qianying continued to treat Lohan as an old friend and went to such lengths to help him gain my release can have no other possible explanation. Chapter 10. CHN Tusiu, the Chinese Trotskyists, and the War of Resistance. I walked all the way from Yansuke to Nanking, where luckily I managed to borrow another $20 from a friend of Lu Kuohua. The whole area was devastated by war, and the weather freezing. Transport and communications had almost broken down completely. The story of how I got from Nanking to Wuhan via Xiaiko and Chengqiao on my $22 is a very moving one. For the first time I experienced what it is like to be a beggar and a refugee. What I heard and saw in the course of my 2-week journey completely revealed the reactionary way in which the Kuomintang was leading the war of resistance, and the tragic consequences that followed. Although such things are not without importance, this is not the place to talk about them, and in any case, others with better qualifications to do so have already told the story of those tragic times. When I arrived in Wuhan after an absence of 10 long years it was already mid-December. Soon after getting there I read in the Wuhan press how General Tiang Shengqi had abandoned Nanking after swearing that he would stand or fall with it, and how Japanese soldiers had brutally put the city to the sword. Naturally these terrible events attracted my attention, but my most immediate problem was how to keep body and soul together. Even though I knew a number of my friends were living in Wuhan, I had no way of finding out their addresses. I walked the streets and hung around the ferry wharf in the hope that I might bump into someone I knew, but all to no avail. I slept 2 nights at the Ta Chi Men railway station in Hankow, without even the money for a crust of bread. On the morning of the 3rd day I sold my only remaining possession, a tooth mug, to a stall holder near the railway station. The sale brought me a few cents, which I used to pay for the ferry across the Yangtze to Lungka Hill in Wuchang. There I hoped to borrow some money from a professor at Wuhan University whom I knew from when we were at school together, although I would never have even thought of going to see him had I not been on the point of starving and freezing to death. After getting off the ferry I went into a small restaurant to buy some noodles. Imagine my relief when in the restaurant I bumped into my old friend Li Chung-san. Not only did he spare me the embarrassment of begging from someone I could not stand, but he brought my entire 8-month nightmare to a close, a period which I can describe without hesitation as the most difficult in my life. After treating me to a hearty meal, Li Chung-san bought me a cotton-padded jacket and some other clothes. In the afternoon he took me to CHN Tusiu's home, where I stayed for nearly a fortnight. We talked together about many questions, some of which are worth recording in detail. CHN Tusiu had been freed from jail 3 months earlier than I had. Just before his release he had drafted some papers on the anti-Japanese war. One after being set free, he had sent them to the comrades in Shanghai, who found that they did not completely agree with them. It was about this time that Lohan arrived in Nanking. As soon as he read CHN's papers he gave them his wholehearted support. He even argued that we should use them as a platform for gathering together a broadly based movement encompassing both Trotskyists and others opposed to Japan and the Kuomintang. The first step would be to propose to the CCP that they cooperate with us. CHN2CO knew of Lo Han's scheme, but did not encourage him in it. Lo Han, however, decided to take things into his own hands. He told Ye Qianying of his proposals, who encouraged him to go to Yan'an to talk with Mao Zedong in person. Lo Han therefore left Nanking for Xi'an, where he stayed at the house of Lin Po Ch2, also an old friend of his and the CCP representative in that city. Lin Po Ch2 immediately transmitted CHN's papers and Lo Han's proposals for cooperation to Mao in Yan'an by special messenger. Several days later Mao's reply came through, saying that if CHN2CO admitted his past mistakes and renounced Trotskyism, he could then work together with the CCP. Naive though dear old Lo Han was, he was never so naive as to think that CHN2CO would agree to such conditions. His hopes dashed, he left Xi'an. His actions not only angered CHN2CO but were roundly criticized. Since I no longer have these documents to hand, I cannot describe them in any detail. 206. By the provisional leadership of the Trotskyist movement in Shanghai, and he quietly returned to Yixing County to resume teaching pottery. At the time CHN2CO was extremely dissatisfied with the Trotskyist leadership in Shanghai. Feeling that their narrow sectarian approach would never get anywhere, he had decided not to go east but to move on to Wuhan instead. After the main battles in the Shanghai area had been fought and lost and the Kuomintang armies along the Nanking-Shanghai Railway had collapsed in disarray, Wuhan had temporarily become the political and military center of China and the new hotbed of the mass movement. All the social forces and political groupings stirred into being by the war of resistance had converged on that city. Although CHN2CO had no organized force to back him up, he still enjoyed great prestige among the masses, and none of the existing political groupings could afford to ignore this old man of the revolution. Before I arrived in Wuhan, CHN had been invited to give 2 public lectures at the YMCA headquarters, where he attracted capacity audiences. In his speech he made it clear that in giving his views on the future of the resistance he was speaking only for himself and not for the Trotskyist movement as a whole. The contents of his speech were more or less the same as the papers he had drawn up earlier in Nanking jail. He let me read his papers and the text of his speech the day after I went to stay with him. The first day of my visit he kept off more serious topics, to give me a chance to get over my recent experiences. We chatted about prison life in Nanking, and that evening he even took the unusual step of getting his wife to cook some special dishes for me. This unexpectedly conventional gesture from so unconventional a man as CHN was a sign of his joy at meeting me again after the gap of 6 long years. At that time CHN was living in an old-fashioned, single-storied house with a garden, owned by a Guangxi officer who would only accept a nominal rent from his famous tenant. CHN was in excellent health, and used to get up very early in the morning. While in prison he had got into the habit of pacing up and down his cell, and even after his release he would still walk round and round his garden every morning. On the second day of my visit I joined him in this exercise, and it was then that we began our more formal discussions. He immediately launched into a fierce tirade against the Trotskyist leadership in Shanghai. He told me that in his view they were capable of nothing more than reciting Trotsky's old articles, and were useless when it came to real political struggles. He even went so far as to say that he no longer considered himself a member of any political party, and that from now on CHN2CO would represent CHN2CO and no one else. The question of who were his friends and who his enemies would have to be decided afresh in the course of the new struggles. I was at a loss to know what to say in answer to his attacks and complaints, having been separated from the movement for so many months and knowing little of the various points of view involved. I told him that I wanted to study both sides before giving my own opinion. He then took me back to his study, and gave me a copy of his papers on the War of Resistance and the texts of his 2 speeches. He told me that the Shanghai friends had sent him letters explaining their own point of view, but that he had not kept them. It occurred to me that he had probably thrown them into the waste paper basket in a fit of rage. I read through what he had written, but did not agree with it completely. It seemed to me that apart from a general expression of support for the war of resistance, he had entirely failed to mention our own distinctive position as Trotskyists. However, we postponed further discussions until I had had a chance to acquaint myself with the views of the other comrades. That same morning I asked him what he thought of the idea of starting up a journal in Wuhan. He rejected it out of hand, saying that it was not only impossible but unnecessary, and went on to argue that it was time to reject our old ways. If we really wanted to play a role in the political struggles of the day, we should adopt new methods. After that we spent every morning strolling around his untidy little garden, chatting freely about everything under the sun. We talked about his linguistic studies, Trotsky's history of the Russian Revolution, prison life in Nanking and the Moscow trials, the Chinese Trotskyist movement and the Fourth International, the future of the War of Resistance and the coming World War, and many other things besides. Rather than argue, we simply expressed our respective points of view. In most cases I did no more than listen to what he had to say. In this way I gradually became acquainted with his opinions on the various fundamental questions of the day. CHN poured scorn on what he saw as the naive notion that the war of resistance could give birth to a revolution. If there was no skin, how could there be hairs? He went on to point out that, because of the defeat suffered so far, the industrial cities had fallen to the enemy and the proletariat had been dispersed. Should the war be prolonged, a new industrial center might grow up with American support in the southwestern provinces. He therefore saw no chance of any revolution during the war of resistance, let alone one along the lines that we imagined. It was true, of course, that the war would bring increasing suffering to the masses, especially the peasant masses, and this suffering could give rise to riots and disturbances. But as long as the Kuomintang continued to resist the Japanese invasion, there was no possibility of that unrest growing into a revolution against the regime. In future years many things would change, and discontent would grow both in the towns and in the villages. But the question was, who could lead these movements? Only those groups and parties which stood for democracy and freedom, and which at the same time commanded their own armed forces. It was therefore necessary to abandon the old idea of organizing workers and winning them over to the revolution simply by publishing newspapers and journals. The only feasible method to adopt was first to unite all political tendencies independent both of the Kuomintang and the CCP on the basis of a broad program of freedom and democracy, and second to infiltrate the armed forces active in the resistance and thus create a means through which future developments in the situation could be exploited in favor of the revolution. CHN Tusio's dissatisfaction with the Shanghai organization had two main causes. First, he bore a personal grudge against some of the individuals in the leadership, in particular Piang Shutse. Relations between CHN and Piang had been very bad while they were in Nanking jail together. Second, and more important, the comrades in Shanghai were in his view incapable of seeing what he had seen. In my opinion, the positions he was advancing had not yet reached the stage of a fundamental break with Trotskyism, and were even less in opposition to Lenin's ideas. On the contrary, CHN constantly talked. CHN, Trotskyists, and Resistance 209. About Lenin during this period of his life, arguing that the latter's greatness lay precisely in his refusal to be bound by ready-made Marxist formulae and in his courageous insistence on adopting new political slogans and methods of struggle to meet changing times and circumstances. His differences with the Shanghai comrades therefore involved questions of policy and tactics rather than fundamental beliefs of the socialist revolution. What particularly angered him was their refusal to engage in the slightest way in real practical activity, let alone plunge headlong into the political and military struggles of the day. Instead, they simply sat in their rented rooms in the international settlement, commenting from the sidelines on the course of the war. Whatever the times and whatever the conditions, their conception of revolutionary work was invariably reduced to the production of a rather pathetic party paper. It was no wonder that CHN reacted so negatively when I suggested starting up a journal in Wuhan. While I did not completely approve of CHN's arguments and criticisms, I felt that his proposals for practical activity were well worth considering. As Trotsky himself said, CHN was an astute observer and could grasp political struggles in a concrete way, a quality he amply displayed in his conversations with me at that time. Even before CHN had informed me of his views, I felt that, in the swelling tide of resistance to Japan, it was out of the question to confine ourselves to reciting old dogmas and necessary to find ways of playing an active and positive role in the struggle. But I disagreed with his proposal to reduce our program to the struggle for freedom and democracy, with his plans for an alliance with various so-called democratic groupings, and with his pessimistic assessment of the chances of a revolution developing during the War of Resistance. Although I thought he was right to stress the need for new methods of struggle, I also considered that we needed a paper as a rallying point for the formation of the party. Since he himself was so fond of quoting Lenin, I reminded him that Lenin had called the party organ the organizer of the party, and went on to argue that without a party all our political and military work would be like a kite without a string. Our insignificant forces would be swallowed up without trace in the vast ocean of the resistance. After several days of discussion, we got round to the question of how to start work in Wuhan. We tacitly agreed to leave on one side. 210. For the time being, our fundamental disagreements on questions such as the relationship between the dictatorship of the proletariat and democracy. CHN carefully avoided raising issues of this sort, but whenever our discussion drifted in that direction, it seemed to me that he had returned to a more classically Leninist stance. He maintained this position right up to the Hitler-Stalin Pact of August 1939. When CHN went to visit the old man in Changchun in Sichuan sometime in the second half of 1938, he had still not publicly come out in opposition to any of the main postulates of Marxism or Leninism. As he himself later put it, he was still deeply pondering his basic ideas. The point of view expressed in the formal statement which he asked CHN to send on to Trotsky in Mexico was the same as that which he had discussed with me in December 1937, that the Chinese Trotskyists should bend all their efforts to playing a real part in the resistance, and that outside such a framework it was pointless to talk of revolutionary activity. It was the Hitler-Stalin Pact which precipitated the final change in CHN-2CO's thinking, what one might broadly define as his retreat from Bolshevism to Trotskyism. But all this happened at a later date, and I will therefore return to it in the following chapter. After I had been living in CHN's house for about a fortnight, Pu Taichi arrived in Wuhan from Anqing in Anhui province. The last time we had seen each other was in the Shanghai Wuzhen garrison headquarters at Lunghua in 1931. During the 6 intervening years we had both been in and out of prison twice. The second time he had been arrested and released together with CHN-2CU, and for 4 long years the two men had lived close to one another. I found that he had changed little during the 6 years of our separation, and still retained all his youthfulness. As a boy he had gone to Japan, where he had developed a love for the theater, and he was a long-standing member of the famous Nankuo Dramatic Society that had been formed in the 1920s to spread new, Western styles of drama. He had what one might call an artistic temperament, and sometimes gave the impression of being rather flighty and superficial, but, on meeting him this time, I found that he had gained in depth, probably as a result of CHN-2CO's influence. After his release from jail in August, he had gone home to Anqing to recuperate, but as soon as his health had recovered went straight to CHCN, Trotskyists, and Resistance 21I. Wuhan to rejoin his old friend. CHN-2CO was overjoyed to see him. His arrival added sparkle to our conversations, and put CHN-2CO in an even better mood than usual. Pu Taichi and I moved out of CHN's house and went to live in the home of an old friend of mine called Wu. Since Wu lived by himself, we could behave more freely than in CHN-2CO's home. But we continued to spend most of the daylight hours together with CHN, and if for any reason we failed to visit him, he would come round to see us. Sometimes we would eat out together at a small restaurant, or go for a stroll along the Yangtze River. We no longer talked about the more basic questions, where we continued to differ, but concentrated instead on how to penetrate the military forces of the resistance and how to make contact with other political groupings. On the fundamental questions Pu Taichia's positions were close to mine. He was rather dissatisfied with CHN's proposal to reduce our program to the struggle for freedom and democracy. One he called CHCN's 2 speeches at the Wuhan YMCA shamelessly grey. But, like me, he was also deeply influenced by CHN's activist approach to methods of work. CHN Tusia was not the sort of man given to empty talk. Using his many connections, he soon began to take steps towards putting his plan into action. At that time there was a general named Ho Chi-feng convalescing in Wuhan from wounds he had received somewhere in North China. This same man had headed the brigade stationed at the Marco Polo Bridge outside Peking when, in July 1, 937, the famous incident took place which was to lead directly to the full-scale Japanese invasion of North China. Qi Xingwen, who was known throughout the country as the heroic commander of the regiment which fired the first shot in the resistance, was in fact under the direct command of General Ho, and Ho himself was under the command of General Sung Chae-Yian. By the time that we came into contact with Ho, he had already been promoted to the post of commander of the 179th Division of the 29th Annie. He was an extraordinary individual. According to CHN Tusiu, he had absolutely no vices. Unlike most military men, he was gracious and urbane in manner, and very unassuming. He and his wife lived together in one room, without even a servant to look after them. When I first met him, his wounds had already healed and he was about to rejoin his division. I formed a good impression of him, during our conversation. He was staunchly anti-Japanese, and felt very bitter towards the Kuomintang leadership. 6 months of fighting in North China had taught him that unless the political consciousness of the troops was raised, there could be no effective resistance to the Japanese invasion, let alone final victory. Consequently, he had spent his convalescence reading whatever books he could get his hands on about the resistance and about social science in general. As a result of his reading and thinking, he had decided to invite a number of young revolutionaries to carry out political education among his troops. It was during his search for suitable candidates for such a mission that he came into contact with CHN Tusiu. The two men got on well together, and General Ho looked up to CHN as a teacher. Needless to say, he already knew what CHN's political position was, and it must have been obvious to him that we had differences with the communist THIRD Annie. For his own part, CHN made no attempt to pretend that he had any great forces at his disposal. As I recall the conversations that the three of us had at that time, CHN was always absolutely frank, explaining that he had long since broken off all relations with the CCP and did not even represent the Chinese Trotskyist movement. He said that he was acting solely in a personal capacity, as we those of us working with him. During the conversations at which I was present, the only question under discussion was the future direction of our political work in the division under Ho's command. We finally arrived at the following important conclusion: we would strengthen our military forces by mobilizing the masses through a limited agrarian reform program, and thus prepare the way for victory in the resistance. When Pu Taichi met General Ho for the first time, he too received a very favorable impression of him. However, both Pu and I doubted whether CHN Tusiu's proposed measures would be of advantage to the revolution. During the period 1925-7 there had been many instances of revolutionaries working as concubines at various levels of the military structure, and their tragic fate was still fresh in our minds. Even fresher was the memory of the ill-fated marriage between the CCP and Feng Yilshang. While I was still in Peking in 1926, I had personally witnessed the courtship between Li Tachao and General Feng, and had afterwards read the famous Whelan Manifesto which Feng wrote on his return from Moscow early in 1927. We had spent a lot of time doing political work for him among the masses, trying to persuade them that he really was the peasant soldier he claimed to be. But a few months later, in Wuhan, I had also personally witnessed this same Feng reuniting with Chiang Kai-shek to cause the collapse of the Wuhan government, and saw his political workers arriving in the city by special train after he had sacked them from their jobs in his army. Afterwards many of these former political workers had joined the opposition, and I was on good terms with a number of them, who had told me many stories of Feng's hypocrisy. With these events in mind, but independently of each other, Pu Taichi and I began to voice the same doubts. What was there to prevent Ho Chi Feng from becoming another Feng Yilshang, if on a smaller scale? Were we about to repeat the whole sad experience all over again? We expressed our reservations to CHN Tusiu on returning home from our visit to the general. CHN said it would be absolutely wrong to characterize our activities as military opportunism. The present situation is entirely different, he said. We are not the Third International, we have no resources of our own, nothing at all that Ho Chi Feng could trick us out of. What is more, we are not joining his army with the aim of replacing him as commander, or of winning him over as a revolutionary. We have already had experience of dealing with military men. From now on we must clearly understand that our most important task in the army is to educate the rank-and-file soldiers and bend all our efforts towards creating revolutionary conditions among the masses. This means that we must do all we can to launch agrarian reform in the area under our control, thus also speeding the revolutionization of the troops themselves. Finally, it seems to me that Ho Chi Feng is not as devious as Feng Yilshang, and that there is even a chance of making a genuine revolutionary out of him. If he were to become one, then his not inconsiderable forces could easily come under our political leadership. If not, then the fact that we have never made any attempt to 214. Hide our aims or beliefs means that we would be free to withdraw at any time with no harmful consequences. I agreed with what the old man had said. However, our next step immediately led to a new dispute with him. Pu and I thought that for the project to develop favorably we should INF01M the provisional leadership in Shanghai and seek their approval, so that they could fit it in with our work nationally and send some reinforcements to Wuhan. But CHN Tusiu disliked the Shanghai comrades, and therefore opposed our proposals. He thought it would be better for us to wait until we had achieved some results and then if necessary pass on a request for extra forces. But we never resolved our differences, because even before we had begun to carry our plan into practice the whole venture came to a sudden and unexpected end. We had already completed all the necessary preparations. Pu Taichi, myself, and another young comrade from Honan called Ma were about to follow Ho Chi Feng to Niawang, where his divisional headquarters were. I was to act as his chief political advisor and Pu Taichi as his staff officer. We had already bought our tickets for the Peking train when suddenly, on the eve of our departure, Ho Chi Feng was informed that he had been relieved of his command and instructed not to return to Niawang. We guessed at the time that the blue-shirt secret agents must have found out about his relations with CHN Tusiu, and had taken this step to forestall the radicalization of his forces. The bubble had burst, our hopes of infiltrating the army had not materialized. After that we never had another chance to put our plan into practice. During the whole period of the War of Resistance, the Chinese Trotskyist movement taken as a whole never engaged in military struggle. As far as I know the only two exceptions were Wang Xiangyao and his wife Chang Sanqi, who led a guerrilla column some 2,000 strong in Shantung which was eventually destroyed by a CCP attack from the rear during an engagement with the Japanese, and CHN Chengshi, who led a guerrilla detachment in Chongshan County in Guangdong and was killed in battle by the Japanese. In retrospect, our failure to participate in the military resistance was one of the main failures of the Chinese Trotskyist movement. We should have admitted that it was a big mistake to oppose all military activities and place ourselves outside the mainstream of the resistance simply for fear of committing a military opportunist deviation. CHN, Trotskyists, and Resistance 215. One of the most important lessons of the mass movement that has emerged in most backward countries since the Second World War is that, when the ruling class is becoming more and more reactionary and the system more and more militarized, no revolutionary party can hope to seize power unless it engages in armed struggle. This is not a new discovery. One of the basic differences between Leninism and reformism in all its guises lies precisely in this recognition of the importance of military force. Today, as bourgeois democracy continues in its decline, it is increasingly important to recognize this principle. CHN Tusio's estimate of Ho Chi Feng did not prove wrong. After this episode, none of us had any contact with him for many years, and the next time I heard his name was in 1948, during the Great Huaihai Battle, in which the Kuomintang forces north of the Yangtze were destroyed. One of the main contributing factors to this brilliant and decisive victory of the People's Liberation Army was Ho Chi Feng's active collaboration with them from within the Kuomintang camp. It was a direct result of the rebellion of the forces under his and Chiang Kai-shek's command that Huang Pai Tao's army group was surrounded and destroyed. Ho is at present a member of the CCP's National Defense Council. At the same time as we were preparing our military venture, CHN Tusio was making contacts with the Third Party, with the National Salvation Association, and with some democratic personages whose names I no longer recall. His aim was to set up a united front with them, and fight in the resistance camp for democracy and freedom under a banner independent of both the Kuomintang and the CCP. There was a wide basis of support for such a program in Wuhan at that time. The Kuomintang government was so unpopular that not only the workers, the peasants, and the broad masses of the petty bourgeoisie, but also a section of the traditionally pro-Kuomintang bourgeoisie, were moving rapidly into opposition, pinning their hopes more and more on the CCP in Yan'an. Naturally, the CCP did not allow such a situation to pass by, and either openly or secretly it helped in the formation of a united front of the democratic parties. CHN Tusio, with his sharp political instinct, considered that we should participate. 216. In this movement, in order to extend our influence and break out of our isolation, which was in some ways self-imposed. Moreover, by participating in the movement we could prevent it from being utilized by the Stalinists. Pu Taichi and I firmly rejected CHN's analysis and proposals. We considered that the so-called democratic parties were in reality nothing more than a handful of worthless politicians without any real mass following, and that we should therefore maintain our independence instead of entering into an alliance with them. Our real task should be to win over any groups or individuals who might have illusions about them. I once again proposed that we should start up a paper of our own. CHN Tusio was furious at our attitude. He told me that I was a dogmatist with no idea of political reality, and that I and the Shanghai comrades were jackals of the same lair. He asked me to attend a conference with the three democratic groups as his representative, but I refused. He then asked Pu Taichi, and got the same reply. It was at that point that Lohan turned up in the city, thus resolving the question. After Lohan's return from his fruitless mission to Xi'an, he had gone back to Yixing County to resume his career as a pottery teacher. Yixing was soon engulfed by the war, and Lohan, not prepared to leave his students behind, made his way to Nanking with a group of 20 or 30 of them. When he got there he found that the trains, buses, and steamships were full to overflowing with rich men or high officials and their families, so he got hold of a pair of rafts, built cabins on them, lashed them together, stocked up with provisions and sailed slowly up the Yangtze to Wuhan. For security purposes he also managed to get hold of 2 rifles. His little flotilla was a month or more on the water. After numerous dangers and adventures, he eventually reached Wuhan sometime in January 1938. The first thing he did when he set foot on dry land was to try to sell his 2 rifles at an inflated price to his old friend Ye Tiing, one of the newly appointed commanders of the Communist forces. With the money from the sale he hoped to help his students settle down in their new environment. Despite the fact that Lohan was officially an enemy, Ye Tiing found it hard to turn down his request. Although it was impossible for him to buy the rifles, he managed to raise a small sum of money to enable his kind-hearted old friend to find accommodation for his pupils. Most of the leaders of the democratic parties were old acquaintances of Lohan, so he was in a better position to deal with them than I was. But by nature he was far from being a politician of that sort. He was too honest and straightforward, and completely unversed in the diplomatic arts. Therefore, after a few meetings with the members of the other groups involved, he tendered his resignation to CHN Tusio. CHN then turned to the veteran Trotskyist Cao Yithan, who was at that time living in Changsha, and asked him to take over as his representative, but before Cao could get to Wuhan the Democratic Party suddenly broke with CHN. Thus the whole venture, like our military plans, came to nothing, but this time it was thwarted not by the Kuomintang, but by the CCP. In order to contain the political influence of the Chinese Trotskyist movement, the CCP intimated to their democratic allies that they should immediately break all links with us, at the same time launching a shameful and hysterical smear campaign against Chinese Trotskyism in general and CHN Tusiu in particular in the pages of the newly founded HSIN Daily. The man who directed and masterminded this campaign was none other than our old friend Wang, who had recently returned to China from Moscow and was in charge of CCP contacts with the Kuomintang in Wuhan. At this point a short account of developments in the factional struggle in the CCP in the period before 1938 is needed. At the Zunyi meeting of the Central Committee in January 1935, the Wang group had lost its dominant position in the party, and Mao Zedong, Liu Shaochi, and their supporters took over the leadership, a position which they maintained right up to liberation and beyond. But Mao's victory over Wang at Zunyi was neither complete nor decisive, and the latter's influence continued to linger on for a number of years. Moreover, this struggle is still not over yet, even as I write these lines. 2. The reason why Wang group in China was defeated but not crushed is not hard to understand. Wang was an authentic Stalinist, always looked upon by whoever happened to be in charge in the Kremlin as the Soviet Union's most trustworthy agent. The CCP, despite the fact that it is led by a nationalist like Mao and has grown strong roots of its own, is still forced to rely in many ways on Soviet aid, and is therefore obliged to tolerate Stalin's favorite Chinese son. This delicate relationship explains why Wang was purged but not liquidated, and criticized but still awarded a seat on the Central Committee. After the Zunyi meeting, he continued to hold the top position in the Chinese community in the Soviet Union. Occupying a high position in the Comintern, he spun Stalin's instructions into theories, and wrote long articles in Russian for the press of the international communist movement. He passed himself off as the chief spokesman of the CCP, prided himself on being a confidant of the great leader and used Soviet aid to bolster his own position in the Chinese party, all with the aim of maintaining remote control over the direction of the Chinese Revolution. After the outbreak of the war against Japan in China, he raised a number of proposals which diverged from Mao Zedong's line for the party, and attempted to win back his old position in the leadership. Up to now I have not been able to get hold of any of Wang basic documents of that period, but according to Mao the second Wang line was actually a revival in a new situation of CHN Tusiu's right opportunism during the period of the Civil War. According to party histories, the lines of Mao Zedong and Wang were clearly opposed to each other, but in my opinion it would be more accurate to say that this confrontation was in fact a protest by the revolutionary wing of the CCP against the directives which Stalin was issuing from Moscow. Of course, Wang invariably and unconditionally supported each and every position that Stalin adopted, unlike most of the other leaders of the party in China. When Hitler's Germany threatened the Soviet Union as a formidable new military power in the West, and the Japanese militarists were behaving more and more aggressively in the East, Stalin finally gave up hope of saving the Soviet Union through revolutions abroad and sneeringly described the World Revolution as a tragi-comic misunderstanding. Communist parties outside the Soviet Union were treated as small change in the dealing that was going on between Moscow and the foreign powers, and their fate depended on whether or not Stalin could reach an agreement with the bourgeoisies in their countries. If any power, fascist or democratic, wanted reconciliation with the Soviet Union, Stalin did not hesitate to order the Communist Party in that country to submit to and support its ruling class. In the Far East this policy was carried out in the most barefaced way. On the one hand, he demanded that the CCP make concessions to the Kuomintang and its anti-popular policies, restrict its activities within the limits which the Kuomintang and Chiang Kai-shek were prepared to tolerate, completely integrate the 8th Route Army and the new 4th Army into the Kuomintang forces and carry out the line of unified command, unified organization, unified armaments, unified discipline, and unified military activities. One on the other hand, for fear of scaring Chiang Kai-shek and the Kuomintang away from the anti-Japanese camp, he opposed going all out to mobilize the masses for the struggle, expanding the liberated areas, and arming the popular masses in the Japanese-occupied areas. See Hu Chiaomu's comments on the Wang Ming line, in reality Stalin's line for China, in the Chinese edition of 30 Years of the Chinese Communist Party. In short, Stalin wanted the CCP leaders to beg Chiang Kai-shek on their knees to tie down Japanese imperialism and prevent it from attacking the Soviet Union. At the same time, Stalin was flirting even more ardently with the Japanese themselves, in the hope of getting them to sign a mutual non-aggression pact. He finally achieved his aim in 1942, when he and Matsuoka Yasuke, a representative of Japanese militarism, but in Stalin's own assessment a moral communist, embraced in Moscow. Stalin's shameful sellout of his foreign comrades inevitably gave rise to protests among those people who were still to one degree or another true to the revolution. During the War of Resistance the CCP by and large obeyed Stalin's directives, but made a number of revisions in their tactical implementation. I would argue that this is what is really meant by the two lines. The Wang Ming line failed to succeed in the party, and was denounced at the 6th plenum of the Central Committee in October 1938. Nevertheless, Wang Ming continued to play quite a role in the CCP as a Kremlin-appointed inspector general. One manifestation of this was the smear campaign launched in Wuhan against the Trotsky CHN-2CO liquidationists. When I first arrived in Wuhan, Wang Ming was still in Yan'an. The two men in charge of the 8th Route Army office in the city and secretly directing the work of the CCP in that area were Tung Paiwu and CHN Pangxian. Tung's relations with us Trotskyists could be described as friendly. Lohan was a frequent visitor to the 8th Route Army office and used to put all kinds of naive proposals to Tung, CHN, and the others, which either embarrassed them or made them laugh. Tung Paiwu even told my friend Piang Che-san that he would like to meet CHN-2CO sometime, and that when Zhou Enlai came to Wuhan he hoped that the two men could get together for a discussion. This was not just a typically Chinese polite remark, it also reflected in some ways the fact that at that time the CCP had not yet decided to attack the Trotskyists as enemies. But when Wang Ming arrived in the city, the situation changed abruptly. All social contacts with the Trotskyists ceased at once. A vicious smear campaign was started up, at first secretly but later openly, against Trotskyism in general and CHN-2CO in particular. Wang Ming was said to have launched this movement on the direct orders of Moscow, to coordinate with Stalin's worldwide offensive against all left-wing revolutionaries and in particular with his criminal policy of liquidating a whole generation of old Bolsheviks within the Soviet Union. Under the influence of this campaign the so-called democratic groups hastened to cut their links with us and swell the anti-Trotskyist choir. Thus CHN-2CO's plans for joint activities with the democratic groups were thwarted, and he was forced to carry out a struggle against the growing slander campaign against him. When I left Wuhan in February 1938, however, the campaign had still not formally begun. My main reason for leaving was that it seemed to me that there was nothing that could be done there, especially since all CHN's plans had fallen through. A second reason was that I had failed to arrive at any agreement with CHN on various questions relating to the war and the future course of the resistance. I found that even though I agreed with him on some practical questions, my positions were generally much closer to those of the Shanghai comrades. Finally, after nearly a year of terrible hardship I wanted to see my wife and children again. For all these reasons I decided to return to Shanghai and take part in the underground resistance there. CHN-2CO was strongly opposed to my going, mainly because he thought that once I got to Shanghai I would inevitably fall back into the old way of working which he described as 3 months' work, 3 years jail. But my mind was already made up, and there was no holding me back. Just before I left he handed me $30 for the journey and said he hoped that I would return to the Kuomintang rear in 6 months' time and work together with him again. By now the Japanese armies were advancing along the Yangtze River towards Wuhan, and the Kuomintang government had already pulled some of its offices back to Chongqing in Sichuan province in the southwest of China. At the same time, people were busy making plans to leave Wuhan. Chen Tuxiu was preparing to leave for Sichuan, and Pu Taichi and Lo Han intended to go to Yunnan and Hunan respectively. I was the first of us to leave. My 222 journey took me through Hunan and Guangdong, and in Hong Kong I took a boat back to the international settlement in Shanghai. Soon after I got back there, Wang Ming's anti-Trotskyist and anti-CHN campaign hit the front page of the CCP Xinhua Daily in Wuhan. On March 1938, that same party organ republished an article by Kang Sheng from the Yan'an Liberation Weekly entitled "Uproot the Trotskyist Gangsters, the Spies of the Japanese Bandits and the Common Enemy of Our Nation." In support of the allegation that the Chinese Trotskyists were spies in the service of Japanese imperialism, Kang Sheng wrote, "After the 1 September 8 incident of 193-1, the Japanese imperialists occupied the 3 northeastern provinces of China. At the same time, Japanese agents in Shanghai were negotiating with the Trotskyite gangster center made up of Chen Tuxiu, Piang Shutse, Lo Han and others. As a result, the Japanese agreed to give Chen Tuxiu $300 a month through Tiang Yugen. It was Lo Han who actually took the money on Chen's behalf. The charges were so utterly absurd and contrary to common sense that as soon as they were made public, not only Chen Tuxiu's friends but also many people who had never before been involved in politics were outraged. A number of pro-communist intellectuals also felt that these allegations went too far, and expressed their astonishment and disquiet. In reply to Wang Ming's deceitful campaign, Chen Tuxiu compiled a pamphlet refuting all the charges made against him. It was published by the Oriental Book Company in Shanghai. In acting in this way, Wang Ming appears to have confirmed the charge of dogmatism which Mao Zedong had laid against him, for he had clearly failed to recognize that Wuhan in 1938 was not Moscow, that the Xinhua Daily could not play the same role as Pravda, and that Chinese public opinion would never accept such charges against a universally recognized revolutionary. Like all his other miscalculations, this could ultimately be traced back to Stalin. The year 1938 was the high point of the Moscow trials, when Bukharin, Rykov, and other old Bolsheviks in Moscow were on trial for their lives as Trotskyists. It was typical of Stalinism that whatever developments took place in the Soviet Union or the Soviet Communist Party were automatically transplanted to communist parties throughout the world. Wang Ming was simply making a clumsy and foolish attempt to copy what was going on in Moscow. But there was another, and hidden, motive behind Wang Ming's smear campaign. At the time we were only vaguely aware of the factional struggle that was going on in the CCP, and therefore interpreted Wang's campaign as an attempt to whip the leftist-inclined lower cadres into line at a time when the party as a whole was moving rapidly to the right. There was some truth in this explanation. At the time of the CCP Kuomintang remarriage there was indeed widespread dissatisfaction and confusion in the party ranks, and to stifle such dissent the leadership decided to drag out the old Trotskyist bogey. But it is clear from material published since liberation that another of the targets of the campaign was Mao Zedong himself, and that Wang Ming was using it as part of his attempt to regain power in the party. History has shown that he failed in his aim, but had he and his friends succeeded in the intra-party struggle, and ousted Mao Zedong and Liu Shaochi from the leadership, it is almost certain that the latter, like Zinoviev and Bukharin in the Soviet Union, would have gone down in Chinese history as members of the Trotsky CHN gang. From the time of the first Moscow trials in 1934 right up to Stalin's death in 1953, the victorious factions in the communist parties have always claimed the mantle of Marxism-Leninism, while all the defeated factions have been denounced as Trotskyist gangsters, in confirmation of the adage known to Chinese in the form "all victors become kings, all losers are bandits." Wang Ming's aim was to kill two birds with one stone, but, Unluckily for him, he missed his target and the stone fell back down onto his own head, in the shape of Mao's accusation that he was reviving CHN-2CO's right opportunist errors in a new setting. The fact that Wang Ming was branded only as a CHN-2CO and not a Trotsky confirms that he had been defeated but not yet routed. The CCP also attempted to spread its anti-Trotskyist campaign to Shanghai, in an even more shameful way but with even less success. The course of events was as follows: Li Kuo-chi, grandson of the famous Ching dynasty Viceroy Li Hongchang, became a collaborator with the Japanese and took up a post as general manager of the Japanese-controlled China Navigation Company in Shanghai. Soon afterward. 2 He was assassinated by underground resistance fighters. A few days later the communist-controlled newspaper One Pao carried a report that before his death Li Kuo-chi had been seen in the company of the Trotskyist Piang Shu-tse. This scurrilous news item was meant both to suggest that the Trotskyists and the collaborators were working together and also to prepare the ground for the assassination of Piang Shu-tse, either directly by communist agents or indirectly by the Kuomintang, and thus to prove the original charge. We took the following countermeasures. Piang Shu-tse left home for a while and went to live elsewhere. At the same time we asked a foreign lawyer by the name of Zhao Wishoff to write to One Pao on Piang's behalf and demand a retraction of the defamatory statement. As a result, One Pao published Zhao Wishoff's letter and thus brought the whole sordid affair to an end. On my way back to Shanghai I had stopped off in Hong Kong, where for the first time I met Lucia Liang, a member of the provisional leadership of the organization and chief organizer in the Hong Kong area. The first thing he asked me was what I thought of CHN-2CO. He also fired a number of other questions at me, demanding that I answer yes or no. The atmosphere was so hostile that I felt as if I was back again in the old factional situation of the early 1930s. It was impossible under the circumstances to hold a real discussion, and in addition I had already bought my ticket for the journey by boat to Shanghai, so we discontinued our talks and hurriedly parted. Rather depressed, I walked back to my hotel on the Hong Kong waterfront with CHN Chengshi. On the way, CHN unburdened himself to me. He told me that in his view Lucia Liang's main aim seemed to be to create an artificial division between the young and old generations in the membership, and to rally the newer recruits under his own leadership. CHN went on to say that Lu took a very hostile attitude towards himself, Lo Hsin, and other older comrades, and discriminated against them in the work of the organization. I now realized that the reason Lucia Liang had treated me so brusquely was because he regarded me too as old and worthless. I advised CHN not to worry too much about being discriminated against. I had always considered that the best way of dealing with petty factionalism was to refuse to reciprocate, to avoid sterile classification into abstract categories such as young and old, and to concentrate instead on political questions and on the more long-term interests of the revolution, so that the problem would eventually disappear of its own accord. CHN Chengshi had never received much of an education, but his nobility of character and his long experience of struggle enabled him to place himself above any narrow-minded considerations. He saw me to the ship and we said goodbye to each other. Unfortunately we never had a chance to meet again. 6 years later CHN Chengshi, by then the leader of a Trotskyist guerrilla unit, was killed by the Japanese during a battle somewhere in Chongshan County. On my return to Shanghai, I had a joyful reunion with my old friends CHN Chichang, Lu Kuo-hua and others. It was one of the happiest periods in my life. Only just under a year had elapsed between my arrest and enforced departure from Shanghai in May 1, 1937 and my return to the city via a circuitous route in late February 1938, but it seemed to me that more things had changed in those few months than in the whole of the preceding half-century. The international settlement and French concession of Shanghai had been turned into an island, cut off from the surrounding world by barbed wire beyond which demons and monsters danced fiendishly together, a world of ghosts and evil spirits. I myself had passed through numerous terrible hardships and had been within a hair's breadth of dying. It was a nightmare to think back on my experiences. But here I was back among old friends again. It was like being born a second time. Wang Mengsu, the publisher, was very pleased to see me back in Shanghai, and invited me and a few old friends round to his office for a meal. Among the other guests were Piang Shutze and his wife Chn Paiyin. A few days after I returned to the city, however, my 1-year-old daughter, who had been born 1 month before my arrest, died of measles. I desperately needed money for my family, and every day our plight was worsening. In spite of the fact that my health had been badly damaged and I needed time to recuperate, the situation was so pressing that I immediately set about translating Malraux Les Concurrents for a Shanghai publishing house. On top of this, I also had my political work to do. The functions of the old Provisional Committee had by now been taken over by the editorial board of Struggle, and I was asked to resume my position on it. Thus a new period in my life began, in which my activities were mainly given over to translation and writing. 216. 10 years of working in the opposition had left me with a hearty dislike for factional wrangling. During my long period of imprisonment I had had the opportunity to reflect on many things. I regretted none of my past political activities, which even to this day I maintain were absolutely worthwhile, but there are certain things which, when I think back on them, sadden me, in particular the energy we wasted on factional struggle. While I was in jail I often used to sigh and say to myself or my friends, if only we could have spent all our energies on deepening our theoretical understanding, and translating Trotsky's writings into Chinese, instead of wasting time winning people over to factional positions. My sheer good fortune in getting out of Nanking jail alive made me swear all the more firmly to put my remaining years to the best possible use and translate as many of Trotsky's writings as possible into Chinese. I used to think it was a paradox that, although Trotskyism had existed in China for 10 years now, Trotsky's writings on the Chinese Revolution, which had been one of the main bases for the formation of the international Trotskyist movement after 1927, had still not been translated into Chinese, and some of the translations that did exist were very poor. I promised myself that I would do my best to remedy this deficiency. The period was one of swift and dramatic changes. Any serious revolutionary could not help but realize that whether or not one's projects and proposals became an active element in the situation would be determined not so much by literary activity as by political and especially military work. I entirely agreed with Chn Tusio's emphasis on these points, and gave him my wholehearted support. But as our efforts in this direction never got off the ground, and I was back in Shanghai, where more active work was impossible, my interest once again turned to translation and writing. Immediately after arriving back in the city, I received visits from Chn and Han Kaiyan. From them I learned that in Shanghai too there was a division between old and new members, and that Han Kaiyan, the leader of the Yowig generation, had rallied support mainly on the basis of fighting against Chn Tusio's opportunism. At the SA.me time this group discriminated against the whole of the older generation in the organization, those comrades, Piang Shutze among them, who had survived from the period of the unification of the four groups. Several days later I discovered that this moved to drive a wedge between the generations had been jointly. Chn, Trotskyists, and Resistance 227 initiated by Lu Qiuliang and Han Kaiyan, the former from his base in Hong Kong and the latter in Shanghai. There was one comrade in particular in Shanghai, Chang Chentung, who thought like Chn Chengshi in Hong Kong that Lu and Han's factionalist activities could only harm the organization, and should therefore be exposed and halted. I advised Chang Chentung not to take these goings-on too seriously, and argued that no faction could last long or play a really active role in the revolution unless it was based on a clear political or organizational conception. To call all old men corrupt and reactionary was just as meaningless as to say that new equals good. To oppose Chn Tusio's political ideas was a very different thing from opposing all old men who may for a longer or shorter period of time have had anything to do with him. Moreover, as I pointed out earlier, for the period from the autumn of 1937 to the spring of 1938, a clear distinction must be drawn between Chn Tusio's political ideas and his more practical projects, and much of what he had to say was worthy of our consideration. Han Qian and Lu Qiuliang were both promising revolutionaries. Han Qian in particular was an extremely hard-working comrade, in the excellent activist tradition of the CCP's middle and lower cadres. He was universally admired by all the younger comrades in the opposition. As for the old men, by the time the War of Resistance broke out there were not very many of them left in the ranks of the Trotskyist movement, and those that were still there were for the most part apathetic, and given more to empty talk than to action. They would rather sit around reminiscing than work out the future prospects of the organization. Others devoted themselves entirely to their wives and children, and their own individual interests and pursuits. Under the circumstances, it was understandable that those young people who had joined the organization on the eve of the War of Resistance should want to brush aside such obstacles and move quickly forward. But the problem was that the really apathetic old men had in fact left the movement of their own accord, and there was therefore no need to take active steps to exclude them from the organization. As for that tiny handful of veteran Trotskyists who had remained members of the organization and were nominally represented on its leading bodies, they were only too ready to make way for more active comrades, and it was therefore pointless to talk of edging them out. 228. Apart from these two categories, those veteran Trotskyists who, far from being an obstacle to the further development of the organization, were actually one of its most valuable assets, numbered less than a dozen. Given this situation, it was not only unnecessary but positively harmful to want to set up an independent center with the aim of squeezing out the old men. Even though Han Qian and Lu Qiuliang may have been acting from the best possible motives, their behavior was clearly detrimental to the interests of the movement. Fortunately, the Luhan Center was short-lived. By the summer of 1938, Lu Qiuliang was forced by the British authorities to leave Hong Kong, and Han Qian took over in the colony from where Lu had left off. Shortly afterwards the two men fell out with one another, and the Luhan Center ceased to function. As a result, this little episode of unprincipled factionalism did no lasting damage to the organization. But this is not to say that there were no differences of political principle within the Chinese Trotskyist movement at the outbreak of the War of Resistance to Japan. Broadly speaking, there were three main political divisions at the time: Chen Tuxiu's position, which can be described as unconditional support for the War of Resistance; Cheng Xiaolin's position, which opposed support for the war on the grounds that the Sino-Japanese conflict was from the very beginning an integral part of the imminent World War; and the position of the overwhelming majority of the Chinese Trotskyists, which can be summarized as support for the war, but criticism of the leadership. This third position drew support from young and old comrades alike, and was backed not only by Piang Shutse, but also by Cheng and myself. These differences were serious, and could by rights have been expected to give rise to major confrontations within the movement, but in fact Chen Tuxiu had already openly declared that his views were his own and not those of the Chinese Trotskyist movement, and there was no one in the organization who completely supported his position. As for Cheng Xiaolin, he lived in a remote part of the Anhui countryside, and had never seriously tried to put his views to the membership or to win influence. This meant that from the failure of the attempt to divide the movement by age groups, until the outbreak of the Pacific War in the winter of 1941, no ideological or factional struggles split the Trotskyist movement. The period from the winter of 937 to the winter of 941, when Shanghai was cut off from the Chinese hinterland by the Japanese invasion, saw a boom in political publications by the various groups active in the city. During those years, the Japanese imperialists and their Chinese collaborators did not control the international settlement and the French concession, and the British and French authorities took advantage of their neutral status to give a certain protection to resistance activities. As long as a newspaper or journal was nominally published by a British or American citizen, it could be openly in favor of the resistance without fear of Japanese interference. At that time all newspapers and magazines in Shanghai, whether run by the Communists or by the Kuomintang, used to announce themselves as being either American or British concerns. Some of the Englishmen and Americans who acted as front men for these publishing businesses only did so for the money, but most of them genuinely sympathized with the aims of the resistance. It so happened that a young American photographer in Shanghai by the name of Buckman was a sympathizer with the Trotskyist movement, and 2 or 3 relatively well-off Chinese sympathizers were willing to contribute $100 a month towards the cost of bringing out a Trotskyist journal, so the way was open for us to resume our public propaganda. With Buckman as our publisher, we launched a monthly journal in July 1939 under the name of Tungshang. Its main contributors were the poet Wang Ching, Chnchichang, Piang Shutse, Lucia Liang, and myself. I edited the journal, and Lu Kuohua looked after the technical side, including fundraising and circulation. At 2,000 copies a month the circulation of Tungshang was not particularly big, but, considering that it was confined to Shanghai, its influence was not inconsiderable. Even though we only managed to bring it out for a few months, it quickly got results. Our correspondence was so large that we could dispense with the usual practice of writing our own readers' letters, and we made contact with many who shared our ideas. Unfortunately, however, Japanese agents forced us to cease publication after only 4 issues. At that time it was illegal for any publication to be printed unless it carried the name and address of its publisher. We had an arrangement with the Shanghai children's newspaper whereby we used their address and they used Buckman's name as their legal cover. Of course, the Japanese gendarmes were only too aware of the true meaning of American Limited Company. And after a while they began to put pressure on the publishers of children's newspaper through their Chinese collaborators in the settlement, threatening them with bombs unless they stopped publishing Tungshang from that address. Unwilling to run the risk, our hosts immediately complied with the Japanese demands. The Japanese also began to put diplomatic pressure on the settlement police and the American consulate in Shanghai, with the result that Buckman was no longer able to act as our legal front man. Thogl, Tun Ninchin 9 died an early death in October 1939, it had man mourners who wanted to see it resurrected somehow, including some who were willing to contribute money towards such a venture, so we decided to continue publication in pamphlet form and thus avoid the need for registration. We brought out 2 pamphlets, Po Shio that October, and Shiju in January 1, 940. During this same period we managed to bring out a number of Trotsky's writings in Chinese, including The Revolution Betrayed, a collection of articles on the Hitler-Stalin Pact, and Victor Serge's From Lenin to Stalin. At the same time we published 14 pamphlets, some by Trotsky and others by Chinese comrades, through the Shanghai-based Oriental Book Company. These pamphlets achieved quite an impact, and circulated as legal publications throughout all those parts of China not under Japanese occupation. The most influential of these was Trotsky's On the Eve of a New World War, which sold over 10,000 copies and was the best-selling publication we ever produced. Shortly after the publication of Po Shio, Cheng Chao Lin arrived back in Shanghai from South Anhui. His arrival was a great help in our publication work. He was a brilliant linguist although a poor speaker, and proficient in nearly all the main European languages, in particular French and German. It was he who translated Bukharin and Preobrazhenskai's ABC of Communism, the earliest and most influential Marxist textbook in the Chinese language, in the 1920s. He had great stamina as a translator, and was both accurate and prolific. He had come to Shanghai partly because he had now recovered from his long imprisonment and was eager to get down to work again, and partly because we had asked him to share in translating Trotsky's monumental history of the Russian Revolution into Chinese. This was our most ambitious literary project ever, and took me and Cheng Chao Lin a full year to complete. Ever since 1929, when I produced a full-length translation of Plekhanov's From Idealism to Materialism, I had earned my living as a translator of numerous books and articles. But since my main aim had been to make money and most of the books I worked on were chosen for me by my publishers, I had come to look upon translating as forced labor and had taken neither pride nor interest in much of my work. But now things were different. Both Cheng Xiaolin and I got down to work with all the creative zeal of writers. We worked with the utmost care and attention, referring not only to the Russian original but also to the French and English translations. Afterwards we checked over each other's drafts, in order to reduce errors in the text to the very minimum if not to remove them altogether. The same sort of care was put into the proofreading, and we eventually discovered fewer than 10 printing errors in a book of over 1 million characters. While the work was still in progress, we informed Trotsky, who was by then in Mexico, and asked him to write a special preface for the Chinese edition. With great pleasure, Trotsky agreed. In order to fit in with our own publication deadline, he dropped everything he was doing and settled down to write a short introduction to our translation. But tragically, he was never able to complete the task, since soon afterwards his genius was struck down in its flower by a Stalinist assassin. When we came to print the history, we left 4 pages blank at the beginning of the first volume, to mark our deep sense of loss. But just before we finished, something very unexpected happened. Trotsky's wife came across a part of the draft preface among her husband's posthumous papers, and immediately posted it on to us in Shanghai. With a mixture of grief and joy, we translated it into Chinese and included it as an appendix to the 3rd volume. We printed 2,000 sets of the history, but had only sold 200 or 300 of them when the Pacific War broke out and the Shanghai International Settlement was overrun by the Japanese, who immediately set about confiscating and destroying all anti-Japanese and other revolutionary literature. We did everything possible to prevent the remaining copies of the history from falling into their hands, but when the Japanese gendarmes finally threatened to search all the warehouses in Shanghai, the owner of the building where we were keeping the books lost his nerve and we were forced to burn them, nearly 1,000 copies in all, in the courtyard. Even today it hurts me to think of this enforced act of vandalism. After the war we did a photographic reprint of the original and ran off 232 hundred sets of the 3 volumes, but the technical quality was far below that of the original. Even the books we published seemed to be under the same curse as the Chinese Trotskyist movement as a whole. Despite all our efforts, Trotsky's history was never able to achieve the influence we had hoped for. But, looked at in a broad perspective, we still had grounds for being satisfied with what we had achieved. Truth will prevail, and none of the many books that have been written on the October Revolution can hope to match Trotsky's history. Sooner or later, historians and communists are bound to want to know the truth, and Chinese communists will be no exception to this rule. In the course of their search, Trotsky's history will become a beacon to light up the ocean of darkness. We can console ourselves with this thought. Just as I was checking through the final draft of the history, I fell ill with tuberculosis. I was coughing up a lot of blood, and it was vital that I should get some rest. While I was on my sick bed, the Pacific War broke out. Chapter 11. The Pacific War and a new split in the organization. A new split came about in the Chinese Trotskyist organization in 1941, on the eve of the Pacific War. It resulted mainly from 2 factors: a political dispute on how to characterize the war of resistance and what attitude we should adopt towards it should China be drawn into the wider international conflict, and, later, organizational problems in relation to the status and rights of the minorities in the party. The war of resistance was by now 2.5 years old, and the Kuomintang government had fled to the southwest corner of China, where but for the outbreak of the war in Europe it would almost certainly have joined the Japanese-sponsored Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Zone. The European War gave Chiang Kai-shek a new lease of life, and the more complicated international situation increased his room for maneuver. In the early stages of the war he had relied on Soviet aid to improve his bargaining position with the Japanese, but the course of the conflict, the balance of class forces at HKMI, and the nature of China's relations with other countries prevented him from doing a deal with Japan and resulted in the prolongation of the resistance. When it became obvious in mid-1939 that the outbreak of a new world war was imminent, the Chinese bourgeoisie, headed by the Kuomintang, made the fundamental change to an alliance with the democratic powers, linking its fortunes to the United States. The domestic policy of the government underwent a sudden and obvious change. it began to suppress all leftist groups, soon turning against its CCP allies, whose support it no longer needed, and partially destroying their new Fourth Army. This trend hardened after the Russo-Japanese Pact of April 1, 941, the increasing tension between Japan and the United States, and the German invasion of the Soviet Union in June of the same year. Early in 1941 question was uppermost in our minds, once. 234. The War of Resistance to Japan became an integral part of the World War. Would it undergo a change in character, and if so, should our attitude towards it change accordingly? Sometime in the autumn of 1940 I wrote an article on this subject for Struggle under the title The Pacific War and the Chinese War of Resistance. My main conclusions were as follows: once the Pacific War broke out, the Chinese resistance would have to be seen as an integral part of the wider imperialist war, since the Kuomintang, as junior partner of American imperialism, would have to accommodate its plans to the grand strategy of the US Supreme Command. As a result, the aim of national liberation would of necessity become subordinate to American ambitions to take over from Japan as the dominant power in East Asia. As long as China's struggle against Japan was waged more or less independently of all imperialist powers, it would remain progressive, but once it became enmeshed in the World War, its progressive aspect would dwindle away to insignificance or disappear entirely. After the Pacific War broke out, our attitude towards the Kuomintang-led war should correspond more to the revolutionary policy advocated by Lenin during the First World War. We would lay more stress on the victory of the revolution than of the war. Apart from Piang Shu-tse, who had just left Shanghai for Hong Kong, all the other members of the editorial board, Chn Chichang, Cheng Chaolin, Lu Kuahua, and Lu Qiuliang, expressed their agreement with the article when it came up for discussion. At about this time, Piang Shu-tse adopted a completely different position in an article published in the Hong Kong Trotskyist organ Huo Xing. He argued that the war of resistance would remain progressive, regardless of whether it became caught up in the wider imperialist conflict, unless, and this was his sole reservation, British or American troops fought against Japanese troops on Chinese soil, in which case that part of the war would not be progressive. A fierce and long drawn-out internal dispute therefore broke out as soon as Piang got back to Shanghai. At first it was confined to the editorial board, but later it spread to the whole organization. At first the lineup in the leadership was 5-1, but later Lu Qiuliang went over to Piang's position to form a minority of 2. In the course of the discussion in the branches of the organization in Shanghai and Hong Kong, most of the rank and file at first sided with the majority on the editorial board, but after the foreign comrade Li Fuzhen arrived in Shanghai with a resolution drafted by himself, adopted by the Pacific Bureau of the Fourth International and broadly in keeping with the positions of Piang Shu-tse, the majority of the membership swung the other way, although the lineup on the editorial board remained unchanged. This controversy raged for several months, covering an ever wider area and delving more and more deeply into the various issues involved, so that it was not without a certain political and theoretical value. I presented my own positions on the ideological disputes of that period in my introduction to our edition of Trotsky's Problems of the Chinese Revolution. The subsequent split in the organization, however, came about for other reasons. In the summer of 1941, Piang Shu-tse and his followers sponsored the so-called Second National Delegate Conference of the Chinese Trotskyist movement. I was too ill to attend, while Cheng Chaolin, Chn Chichang, and Lu Kuahua boycotted the meeting because of the way that it had been prepared. As a result, the only participants were a small number of activists from the Shanghai area and 4 or 5 comrades from Hong Kong and Guangxi. The conference elected a new leadership body made up of Piang's wife and other supporters of the pro-Piang majority, although immediately afterwards 2 of its 5 leading members came over to the minority. Naturally, we were not satisfied with the conference arrangements and the procedure adopted there, but we agreed to accept its outcome and to function as a minority within the organization. At the same time, we demanded that a column should be set aside in our paper Struggle for a continuation of the discussion between the 2 tendencies, so that the issues at stake could be clarified. Our request was turned down, as was our later request for a continuation of the debate in the internal bulletin. We therefore decided to bring out our own bulletin, which we later called Internationalist, declaring that we would cease publication the moment that the new Central Committee allowed us a discussion column in Struggle. Once again Piang and the other members of the Standing Committee rejected our overtures, claiming that our activities were in violation of organizational norms. They added that if we continued to publish 236 China SL Revolutionary our bulletin, they would declare that we had left the Chinese Trotskyist movement of our own accord. In this way the Chinese Trotskyist movement, which had united on May 1, 1931, split once again in May 1, 941, since when two separate organizations have continued in existence right down to the present day. All this happened many years ago, and I have no intention of reckoning up old scores in the spirit of bitter or narrow-minded sectarianism. It seems to me, however, that the concept of the rights of factions and minorities within the party to exist and advance their views retains its force and is of enormous significance not only for Trotskyists but for the revolutionary socialist movement as a whole. Many of Stalin's worst crimes were committed under the spurious banner of Leninism. Among the principles he most commonly abused was that of iron unity, which in his vocabulary meant the prohibition of all factions within the party and other parties outside it. It would be absurd to imagine, however, that a large organization will be free from many differences of opinion, and it would be equally absurd to think that disagreements of this sort will not eventually result in opposing factions. The organizational principles elaborated by Lenin are not a crude negation of the traditions of bourgeois democracy, but a critique and further development of them. Although Lenin poured scorn on bourgeois parliamentarism, the Soviet system he advocated did not deny in principle the plurality of political parties. Immediately after the October Revolution, other socialist parties were active alongside the Bolsheviks in the Soviets. One-party rule was not a necessary feature of the system but a product of the unprecedented intensification of the class struggle during the Civil War. Leninist democratic centralism in the party did not deprive minorities of their right to exist, or prevent their supporters from speaking up for themselves both within the party and outside it. Lenin had often found himself in a minority in the Russian Social Democratic Party, and always insisted on minority rights so that he could continue to struggle for his own positions. The resolution which banned factions, passed at the 10th Congress of the CPSU in March 1, 1921 as an emergency measure at the time of the Kronstadt uprising, was transformed by Stalin and his friends into an immutable and iron law of organization. At first, it was a crime to start a faction in the party, and later it became a capital offense to hold a different opinion from that of the General Secretary. Lenin's system of democratic centralism was transformed at the cost of innumerable lives into a despicable caricature of Hitler's one state, one Führer. The perversion of Lenin's principles of organization and the wiping out of a whole generation of revolutionaries by the bureaucracy was rooted in deeper historical causes than Stalin's personal inclination to abuse power, but it is undeniable that the Stalinist interpretation of Leninism smoothed the way to Thermidoria.N reaction. One principles of this sort can lead to show trials, bloodbaths A.N.D reaction in a country where the Revolutionary Party has already won state power, and to endless splits and organizational wrangles in a party which has not yet done so, as the tragic experiences of the Soviet Union and the Stalinist parties over the last 30 years show. Although it is not my intention here to offer a full appraisal of Piang Shuktse as a revolutionary, I feel that a few words re in order. Piang is undoubtedly a revolutionary, but his defects outweigh his virtues. His greatest defect was his acceptance of Leninism in its Stalinist garb, in particular the Stalinist norms of organization. Shortly after the split in the movement the Pacific War broke out. The entry of the Japanese A.Remei and Jean de Remiri into the international settlement area made our work even harder. From December 1, 941 to the Japanese surrender in August 1945 it was hardly possible for us to develop a New York field of work, A.Nd difficult to maintain even a bare existence. Our links with other countries A.ND other parts of China were severed A.ND our activities restricted in scope. Since our organization was small and weak, we made no attempt to engage as a group in a New York sort of direct armed confrontation against the Japanese oppressors. Faithful to our working class orientation, we continued to devote ourselves to activities among the workers, with the aim of educating A.ND organizing them. In that respect, the recruitment of the lawyer Chang Taitsa A.ND his sister Chang Taiha.N into the group is worthy of mention, since with the help of their generous contributions we were able to finance the running of the 2 schools in the workers' district in West Shanghai, A.ND thus deepen our contacts with the working class. The workers in the silk weaving factories in this area had long been in contact with the Chinese Trotskyist movement. Chang Chentung, one of the leaders of the famous Shanghai insurrections of 1927, assisted by my nephew Wang Sung-chu, was in charge of these schools, which were staffed exclusively by Trotskyist teachers. Through them we managed to extend our influence among these workers, whose children made up the majority of our pupils. Through the links which we established we succeeded in leading a number of struggles directly under the noses of the Japanese imperialists. We also built a base among the tram workers in the French concession during this period. In spite of the priority we continued to give to the working class struggle, various individual comrades joined anti-Japanese guerrilla detachments in North and South Jiangsu, and unknown to us played quite an important role in them. More significantly, 2 groups of Chinese Trotskyists, led by Chn Chengshi in Guangdong, and by Wang Changyao and his wife Chang Sanqi in Shantung, succeeded in organizing guerrilla detachments several thousand strong and carrying on fighting against the Japanese for nearly 2 years. Unfortunately, as mentioned earlier, both were annihilated, either by the Japanese in Guangdong, or by the combined forces of the Japanese and the CCP. Taken as a whole, however, our guerrilla activities during the period of the Japanese occupation were of little account. Our efforts in Shanghai as usual centered on education, propaganda, writing, and publishing. Considering the unbearable conditions, this was not easy. At great risk to our lives and despite enormous difficulties, we managed to bring out some 15 issues of Internationalist during this period. Struggle, which had first been published in 1936 and had the longest run of any Trotskyist journal in China, was taken over by Piang's new Central Committee after the split, but it folded up during the occupation of the international settlement of Shanghai. Apart from a short interval at the beginning, Piang's group published no organ whatsoever during the Japanese rule of the city. The pages of Internationalist carried commentaries on current political developments, anti-Japanese propaganda, and many theoretical analyses of the war and of the inevitability of revolution. Most of the important articles were written by Cheng Chao-lin. Cheng had long been famous as a contributor to the CCP press, but it was only now that his talents as a creative theoretician began to bloom. During those darkest years he wrote his most brilliant and substantial pieces, including Dialogue Between Three Travelers, a book of memoirs, and the ABC of the Theory of Permanent Revolution. But the one work to which he devoted most care and attention was his critical biography of Chn Tusiu, which, to judge from a reading of the manuscript, was the most brilliant history of modern Chinese thought to have been written to date. The pity of it was that apart from the ABC, none of his manuscripts from this period ever saw the light of day. When the Chinese Trotskyist movement was destroyed during the nationwide roundup in December 1902, they were locked up by Mao's political police together with their author. Chn Tusiu died on May 27, 1942 in Changchun, Sichuan province. His death was not unexpected, since we had known for a long time that he was suffering from incurable sclerosis, but it still saddened us immensely. Before the outbreak of the Pacific War we had regularly received letters from him in which he kept us informed about his state of health, and on the basis of these reports a doctor we knew in Shanghai used to prescribe medicine which we then posted on to him via Hong Kong, since it was by that time unobtainable in the interior of the country. Those of us who had been on intimate terms with Chn Tusiu experienced the loss more keenly than those who had never known him. CHN2CO's thinking in the final years of his life was already far from Trotskyism, as shown by his last articles and letters, but I was not alone in thinking that, had he lived longer, he would almost certainly have progressed beyond these views and, under the pressure of events, returned to the Trotskyist camp, since he not only had all the attributes of a genuine revolutionary but also was a shrewd and brilliant observer. Even though we on the Internationalist editorial board were further from CHN's views, especially on the question of the war and the resistance, than Piang Shute's group, we nevertheless looked upon him as a comrade and even a teacher, and published 2 articles in mourning for the death of this giant of the modern Chinese Revolution. At the same time, Piang Shute denounced CHN in a mimeographed issue of Struggle for failing to maintain his integrity in later life. Piang then attacked us for the non-political attitude we had taken in going out of our way to sing the praises of a former comrade who ideologically had gone over to the enemy camp. We disagreed with him at the time, and today I am even more firmly convinced that we were right in what we had done, since the very act of making an appraisal of CHN2CO as a person involved questions which were, primarily, not ideological but political. In assessing and mourning him we had to bear in mind that, in their own narrow party interests, the CCP and the Kuomintang combined to destroy his reputation, the former either by passing over his death in silence or by besmirching his memory, and the latter by paying him false compliments and distorting his ideas. Their aims were essentially the same, to deprive him of his rightful place in history, and in so doing to strike a mortal blow at Chinese Trotskyism. In mourning CHN2CO, we had to do everything within our power to restore him to his rightful position as the most outstanding figure in the history of modern Chinese thought and the embodiment of the entire period of Western political thought from Rousseau to Marx, and point out that the adoption by such a man of Trotskyism showed that the historical role of our movement in China was to act as a link between the revolutionary traditions of the past and the promise of the future. We therefore had to stress his positive and progressive sides and his great contribution to cultural and political life over the previous 30 years. His later ideological differences with us were of minor importance. In the face of our bitterest enemies, it was only right that we should screen the weaknesses of our old comrade in arms. The struggle to restore CHN2CO to his rightful place in history, inseparable as it is from the struggle to rehabilitate the name of Chinese Trotskyism as a whole, will be even more important in future years. Mao Zedong understands this point well, which is why to this very day, despite his own great victory and despite the fact that CHN died many years ago, he has never once relaxed the struggle against him. The first Chinese translation of the autobiography Mao related to the American journalist Edgar Snow, published in Hankow in 1937, contains a frank acknowledgement of the influence that CHN2CO had on him, and it would be no exaggeration to say that Mao, both ideologically and personally, sat at the feet of CHN. In the original interview Mao deliberately played down this influence, but after the launching of the Moscow-inspired campaign against CHN and Trotsky even this small acknowledgement was enough to get the book withdrawn from circulation. From then on intellectual circles in Yan'an and fellow travelers in other parts of China systematically began to falsify the history of modern Chinese thought, and in particular the history of the May 4th movement, with the main aim of playing down the role of CHN2CO. For Mao to pass in silence over the role of CHN2CO, when listing the names of progressive thinkers in China in his 1949 article on the People's Democratic Dictatorship, was equivalent to the Bolsheviks' naming of only the Decembrists and the Narodniks as their forerunners, and their denial of the role of Plekhanov as their immediate predecessor. CHN2CO's position in the history of Chinese revolutionary thought can at least be put on a par with that of Plekhanov, and even if we concede that he failed to maintain his integrity in old age, then this was at worst a failing that he shared with his Russian counterpart. But after the October Revolution Lenin repeatedly expressed his admiration for that father of Russian Marxism and urged young people to make a careful study of his philosophical writings, which he described as the best of their kind in international Marxism. On one side of Red Square there is a memorial dedicated to progressive forerunners of the revolution, on which Plekhanov's name figures as the last in line and direct predecessor of the Bolsheviks. Why then, does not Mao Zedong treat China's Plekhanov, a comparison if anything flattering to the Russian, with similar justice? The answer is quite simply that CHN2CO's thought ties in with that of Trotsky, the most implacable enemy of Stalinism, the transmitter of the true values of Marxism and the October Revolution, and for that very reason the gravedigger of the Stalinist system. A year or so after CHN2CO's death we suffered another tragic loss. Chang died at the hands of the Japanese, after withstanding several months of the most terrible torture. Chang was a martyr of Chinese Trotskyism, and had been one of China's foremost revolutionary veterans. Born in Luoyang in Honan Province, he joined the Chinese Communist Party while a student at Peking University in 1925, and carried out secret activities for the party among students and workers. During the months and years after the defeat of 1927 he worked as a middle and then a high-ranking member of the party. On becoming a Trotskyist in 1929 he was expelled. He devoted the rest of his life to the activities of the Chinese Trotskyist movement. Like many other of my comrades, he earned his living by writing articles and editorials for various newspapers and magazines in Shanghai. Among the books and pamphlets published by the Oriental Book Company in Shanghai, he was responsible for editing and translating Trotsky's I Stake My Life and for writing and compiling the truth about the Moscow trials and the verdict of the John Dewey Commission. He also wrote a book called The Great Migration of the Chinese Nationalities, and was one of the main contributors to Struggle. Most of the articles on economic questions came from his pen. He had all the qualities of a first-rate revolutionary. He knew how to endure poverty and hardship, and was never interested in the luxuries of life. He hated evil in all its forms, and had a great compassion for all oppressed and downtrodden people. He could not stand pretentiousness, and had none of the affectations of a leader. He always placed himself in the front line whenever danger threatened and was a strange mixture of new-style comradeship and the old-style loyalty to his friends of a Chinese knight-errant. He was so concerned about the safety and welfare of his comrades that he was known to everyone as elder brother. Between 1931 and 1937, when the Kuomintang White Terror was at its most intense and the organizations we had established in China were being destroyed one after the other, it was he who provided the continuity in our repeated attempts to re-establish the movement. He was extremely vigilant in underground work, never once relaxing his guard. More than once his courage and alertness saved the organization from destruction. I described in Chapter 9 how he managed to shake off the two secret agents who were trailing him and make his way back to Han Kaiyan's house to raise the alarm. He was the complete opposite of those revolutionaries who are so obsessed with their own importance that they put personal safety above all else, fleeing and leaving their comrades to their fate at the slightest hint of danger. Chang was especially contemptuous of behavior of this sort. Chang was arrested not as a Trotskyist but as a participant in the anti-Japanese underground resistance. After his arrest, however, the Japanese gendarmes discovered a large quantity of Trotskyist literature in his home, and his crime immediately became more serious. He was subjected to terrible torture by his captors and asked the names and addresses of the other members of the organization, but refused to submit and was eventually secretly executed in the gendarmerie headquarters. Early in 1945 Han Kaiyan died in Hong Kong under the Japanese occupation. Although, as I explained above, we never got on very well, I must say that he was also a first-rate revolutionary, an able organizer, and a man of experience in leading the mass struggle. He had originally been a leading member of the trade union-based Ho Mengxiang faction of the CCP, and had an expert knowledge of the Chinese labor movement. As a Trotskyist, he served 3 years in jail under the Kuomintang. When the Japanese army occupied Hong Kong, Han was the leader of the branch of our organization there. Although all the other anti-Japanese activists fled from the former British colony, Han decided to stay with the Hong Kong workers to whom he was so closely linked, living as a laborer, suffering and struggling together with his friends and comrades, and finally dying of terrible poverty and starvation. he was the husband of the most outstanding woman revolutionary in the Chinese Trotskyist movement, Li Tze-Eileen. Li Tze-Eileen, who had in fact died in 1936, was born into a poor working-class family in Hankow. Her father died while she was still a baby and her mother eked out a living by taking in laundry. When the Northern Expedition reached Wuhan in 1927, Li Tze-Eileen, although only a girl of 15, plunged headlong into revolutionary work and was active as a trade union organizer in the workers' district of Chiaokou. After the defeat of the revolution, she was sent to study at Sun Yat-sen University in Moscow, where she had a wide circle of admirers and was known as the Beautiful Sparrow. Though courted by the sons of high Kuomintang officials, she contemptuously spurned her suitors and ended up marrying a student called Liu, who had absolutely no links with the Kuomintang bureaucracy. After the factional struggle in the CPSU spilled over into the Chinese community in Moscow, she became a member of the underground left opposition. She returned to China with my group in 1929, worked for a short period in the party and was expelled at about the same time as I was. During the period in which 4 separate Trotskyist organizations were in existence, she was a member of the October Group. After the destruction of the unified organization in 1931, her husband Liu went over to the Nanking government. At the time of his defection, Li Tze-Eileen was giving birth to a son in a Red Cross hospital in Shanghai, but when her husband told her of his decision, she secretly decided to break with him and fled the hospital soon after. To her great sorrow, she was forced to leave her child behind. It was a cruel choice to make, but she had no money to settle accounts with the hospital authorities and was afraid that if she lingered a moment longer she would be sent to Nanking together with her husband. After this incident, she became even more firmly committed to the revolution, tirelessly throwing herself into the struggle at grassroots level and diligently studying the writings of the great masters of Marxism. She had a frail constitution and lived in great poverty, but, as Confucius said of his disciple Yan Hui, others could not bear to see such suffering, but he himself was always happy. At first Tze-Eileen had been loved mainly for her looks, but after she became a fully fledged revolutionary, this rather superficial love gave way to feelings of deep respect and honor. We were amazed that such a strong will could inhabit such a frail body. However, extreme poverty gradually took its toll of her health, and she was found to be suffering from pulmonary tuberculosis. Like the rest of us, she was penniless and had no chance of receiving treatment, so her condition gradually worsened. When I saw her again in early 1993, she had already lost her voice, and had to lie on her bed all the time. But I was astonished by her high spirits, her continuing sense of fun and her complete confidence in our cause. We all fervently hoped that her strong will would enable her to overcome her physical exhaustion, and that she would recover her health, or at least survive to see Han Kai come out of jail. But willpower cannot hold back the laws of nature forever, and one evening in the early summer of 1936 she died suddenly while staying at a comrade's house, at the age of 24. The extent of our grief can be judged from a letter Chen Tusi wrote at the time to Chao Chi. It made a deep impression on me when I read it, and I believe I can quote correctly from memory. Tze-Eileen's death grieved me deeply. Although many of my closest comrades have met an early death, I have never before experienced such sorrow. Perhaps it is because I am getting old. But the key to Chn's sorrow must have lain elsewhere than in his age, for we younger comrades were no less grief-stricken than he. The Pacific War and a new split 245. The untimely death of a loyal revolutionary is always hard to bear, all the more so, that of an outstanding woman comrade. Historical conditions have up to now meant that women militants are invariably outnumbered by men, so that they are all the more treasured, and their loss the more keenly felt. I have described only a few of the Trotskyists who died and suffered during that period. Many, many more were oppressed, thrown into prison and even murdered for their beliefs, not only by the Japanese invaders but also by the Kuomintang government and the CCP authorities. In the Kuomintang areas, particularly Chongqing, Trotskyist workers in the arsenal and other factories were arrested and some, including Wang Shupen, one of the leaders of young Trotskyists, were imprisoned and murdered in the notorious Sifeng concentration camp in Kweichow province. In the areas controlled by the CCP, those Trotskyists who had gone there of their own accord were brutally persecuted and eventually murdered. All of these comrades equally deserve to be remembered, but unfortunately space does not permit me to do so. All I have done is to give some examples of how Chinese Trotskyists lived and struggled during these years. Chapter 12. From War to Revolution. When the Japanese surrendered in August 1945, there was a sudden surge of activity among the people of the occupied areas. I had never before seen such an abrupt and dramatic transformation in the mood of the masses after a long period of inactivity. Overnight their mood changed from deep despair to exhilarated optimism, and at the same speed from optimism to angry dissatisfaction when they saw their hopes dashed by the Kuomintang. Ever since the launching of the War of Resistance in 1937, we had been firmly convinced that a revolution was inevitable, that war was the mother of revolution. There was therefore an important difference between us and CHN Tusiu, and even between us and the majority around Piang Shutse, since we stressed the need not only to prepare, but, even more importantly, to prepare ourselves for the revolution. But despite our firm conviction that the revolution was imminent, we found ourselves ideologically and organizationally unprepared for it when it actually broke out. When the masses began to show their readiness to act, there was no strong revolutionary Marxist party to give them shape and direction. The CCP had long since withdrawn its cadres from the cities of southeast China, and the various democratic parties could do little more than show the flag. There was therefore a vacuum of revolutionary leadership. If the Chinese Trotskyist movement had had several hundred or, better still, several thousand basic cadres, I believe we would have been in a position to fill that vacuum. Even if the forces of the CCP had then re-entered the cities to dispute the leadership of the mass movement with us, we would not necessarily have suffered a smashing defeat, and even though they might still have ended up by winning control of the whole of China, at least the political situation in the Kuomintang areas in the period from 1945 to 1949 would have gone down in history in a very different form. But although we were few, and weakened by the split, we successfully intervened with our small forces in the post-war movement, rapidly growing in strength and influence. This was mainly because the political situation in China favored our position. Having suffered terribly during the 8 years of war, everyone was eager for peace, but the victorious Kuomintang was actively preparing a new all-out war against the communists, which rapidly led to economic crisis and ruin. People in the Kuomintang-controlled areas, especially the students and the working masses, angrily rose up against the government around the slogans "No Civil War," "No Dictatorship," and "No Starvation." These slogans fitted in perfectly with the revolutionary democratic program for which the Chinese Trotskyist movement had been struggling for over 15 years. Shortly after the war, we in the Internationalist group began to edit a daily supplement to Xianqian Jipao, a Shanghai newspaper whose chief editor was Huan Shang. Everyone with any literary ability in our group was mobilized to write for it on militant themes. We achieved quite an impact among students and workers in Shanghai, and for that reason the Kuomintang Department of Social Affairs in the city intervened after only a few weeks to silence us. By this time we were no longer publishing our mimeographed Internationalist. Now that new newspapers and periodicals were springing up on all sides, we decided to bring out a properly printed and openly distributed fortnightly of our own called HSINCHI. The first issue came out in July 1946. The main responsibility for writing and editing fell on Cheng Chaolin and myself. This meant that the two of us were under a great deal of strain. Just before the 16th issue appeared, the paper was banned by government decree, so that the newsstands would not take it and our commercial printers refused to print it. Unwilling to bow to Kuomintang pressure, we rigged up a printing press which, though small, was bigger than the one on which we had printed Struggle, and got 2 of our comrades to do the typesetting. We brought out a further 6 rather unattractive, hand-printed issues of Hsin CBI. Because of printing difficulties, the paper no longer appeared as regularly as before, so we switched our main efforts to books and pamphlets, publishing under the name HSINCHI Library. As far as I remember, we brought out Cheng Chaolin's ABC of the Theory of Permanent Revolution, his translation of Trotsky's The Permanent Revolution, and his abridged translation of Trotsky's My Life. I put together an edition of Trotsky's articles and letters on China, calling it Problems of the Chinese Revolution. We also brought out the photographic reprint, mentioned earlier, of the Chinese translation of Trotsky's History of the Russian Revolution. During the same period, the members of the majority also resumed their publishing activities. At first they brought out an academic periodical called Chiu Chen, later joined by a smaller magazine initially called Ching Nianyith Fu Nii and afterwards renamed HSIN Sheng. These two publications also had a certain influence, particularly among students. They differed in their editorial policy from our own HSINCHI. In order not to fall foul of the authorities, they blurred their true positions and concentrated their fire on the CCP rather than the Kuomintang. The organizational work of our group also developed during this period, partly because many old comrades who had lost touch with us during the war found their way back into our ranks, but mainly because through our propaganda we recruited many new members in the mass upsurge then taking place. Many old friends returned to Shanghai, among them Ho Zishen, whom I had last seen in Suqiao jail 15 years before. He brought with him Chn Tusio's posthumous manuscripts and papers on philological and political subjects which he intended to publish in Shanghai. Many of our old friends scattered throughout the remote southeastern provinces of China came to Shanghai for a short stay to re-establish links, and the rest resumed contact through correspondence. They were inevitably rather discouraged to learn of the new split in the movement. Most of them looked forward to early reunification, and they held discussions with both groups to probe the depth of the differences that separated us and the possibility of fusion. But when they discovered that reunification was out of the question, they had to opt for one of the existing organizations. All the veteran cadres, apart from Yin Keyuan, who sat on the fence, joined the minority. Through our post-war publishing activities we made contact with a number of young revolutionaries. Although HSINCHI had a print run of only 2,000, we managed to distribute copies to readers in Shanghai and other parts of China, so that it had quite an influence among both people we knew and others we did not. During the Japanese occupation a youth group had been set up in Shanghai, called Aishi. Most of its members were university students, teachers in middle and primary schools, and shop and office workers. There were also several artisans and factory workers. Under the cover of being a center for social and academic activities, it was an anti-Japanese political organization, whose leaders at first inclined towards the CCP but were gradually won over to Trotskyism. By the end of the war, when we began to publish HSINCHI, practically the whole group had come over to our side, living and W01 King in close contact with the younger members of our own organization. They also set up a correspondence society and published their letters in a weekly symposium. The discussion evolved informally, so that everyone engaged in it could take part in a free exchange of opinions. This correspondence society was afterwards reorganized into a Marxist youth league under our political guidance, and was one of the main forces behind the numerous mass protest movements launched by the Shanghai students in the years 1946 to 1948. The majority developed along more or less similar lines and engaged in similar work, but preferred Stalinist-style cultural and recreational activities, such as folk dancing, singing and picnics. As they were growing in influence, each of the Trotskyist organizations began to move at about the same time towards founding a party. Neither of the rival leaderships really wanted reunification, so that despite a strong wish for reconciliation among the rank and file, the two Chinese Trotskyist groups moved rapidly towards becoming two parties. The majority held a national delegate conference in August of 1948 which adopted the name of Revolutionary Communist Party of China. We made similar preparations and held a national delegate conference 6 months later, on 27 and April 28, 1949, when we passed a number of resolutions on organizational and political questions, set up a standing committee composed of Cheng Chao Lin, Ho Zushen, Lin Huanhua, Comrade Y, One and myself, and adopted the name Oflonti Nationalist Workers' Party of China. Our membership was tiny. We had 64 comrades in Shanghai and a little over 100 in China as a whole, although we had a rather larger number of sympathizers. The majority party's membership was probably bigger than ours, but not by much. The two parties together had a membership roughly half the size of that registered at the Unification Conference in 1931, and less even than the number of Chinese Trotskyists active in the Soviet Union in 1929. But despite its small resources, Chinese Trotskyism, now exactly 20 years old, was clearly heading for a revival after suffering repeated blows from all sides. Had the rise of the revolutionary mass movement among the students and urban poor not been interrupted and brought under control by the unexpectedly rapid military victory of the Chinese Communist Party, the Chinese section of the Fourth International might have grown into a powerful political force. But unfortunately events did not develop in the way we would have liked. The Kuomintang regime emerged from the war much more corrupt than it had gone into it. The whole ruling class around the Kuomintang had been transformed into a gigantic group of speculators, smugglers, parasites, and plunderers, alienating itself from nearly every other class of Chinese society. But just how rotten and isolated it had become was still not apparent. With the support of US imperialism it looked very powerful. Only when it was put to the test of civil war was the awe-inspiring regime of the Kuomintang revealed as a building riddled to the core with termites. The speed with which the whole Kuomintang system collapsed not only shocked the Chiang Kai-shek clique and its patrons in Washington, but also took Stalin and to some extent even Mao Zedong by surprise. We Chinese Trotskyists, needless to say, were also caught unawares. Thus at the end of 1948, with the People's Liberation Army threatening Nanking after their brilliant victory in the Xiaiko area, Piang Shutze continued to insist at the emergency conference of his party that the Chinese Stalinists could not and would not achieve victory on a national scale, although he and his followers resolved at the same time to transfer their Central Committee and other leading members from Shanghai to Hong Kong. By the time we held the founding conference of our party in April 1, 1949, the communist armies had already crossed the Yangtze River and occupied Nanking and were marching on Shanghai along the Nanking-Shanghai railway line. The victory of the CCP was certain, and all our discussions of political and organizational questions took it as their starting point. As I lost all the relevant documents. When I was arrested and expelled from my sanctuary in 1949, I cannot say exactly what was in our political resolutions, but I do remember that we approved a series of guidelines, drawn up in a programmatic resolution by Cheng Chao Lin, on our fundamental positions concerning the proletarian revolution, and also appointed a program commission to work out their political content in more detail. I myself drew up the political resolution, but am unable to reproduce its contents from memory. The organizational resolution drawn up by Comrade Y discussed the lessons of the split with Piang's group at some length, and for the first time ever in the literature of the Chinese Communist movement officially stated that according to our interpretation of the Leninist principle of democratic centralism, minorities in the party have the right to form factions or tendencies on the basis of their different political positions, that minorities should subordinate themselves to the majority in action, and that the majority should respect the rights of all minorities. The main question before the conference was how to continue our work under CCP rule. We decided not to move the organization out of China. This was not because we had the slightest illusions about the magnanimity of the CCP or were unaware how easily the CCP system of mass-based political surveillance could crush our small organization. It was based on the simple conviction that it was better for a revolutionary organization of the working class to go down fighting than to quit the field without a contest. Although this conviction was widespread in the organization and could not be attributed to any one individual, Cheng Chao Lin was its staunchest upholder. Even if we leave aside Cheng Chao Lin's other strengths, his Peter-like spirit of martyrdom alone will ensure him a lasting place in the history of the revolution. Our dilemma was similar in many ways to that of the early Christians under Nero: should we stay in the capital or flee to a safe place? Some approached the question mainly from the point of view of their own fate, others from the point of view of the future of the organization as a whole, but Cheng Chao Lin did not wait for a voice from the heavens to ask Quo Vadis. His mind was made up from the very outset. In no sense was our attitude one of collective suicide. After we had decided to stay, we turned to the problem of how to work in the changing circumstances. In brief, we decided to dissolve our organization into a collection of discrete units, breaking off all horizontal links and establishing a coordinating center in a safe place beyond the reach of the Chinese Communist Party. I was chosen to man the coordinating center and therefore had to leave Shanghai. As I was no deserter, I must admit that I was moved by the spirit of St. Peter and retreated to my safe place only with extreme reluctance. Ironically, the place to which I had gone proved in the space of a mere 4 months to be anything but safe. The authorities there, hypersensitive as a result of the dramatic changes that were taking place in China, did not allow me to stay, while the comrades who had stayed behind in Rome continued in operation until the night of December 22, 1952. During the 3.5 years between the communist takeover of Shanghai late in May 1, 1949 and the nationwide roundup of Trotskyists in December 1952, our comrades worked in many varied fields. The younger members of the Internationalist Workers' Party continued to bring out a journal with the title Marxist Youth, never flinching to raise criticisms of the new regime wherever necessary. Many of our comrades took an active part in the agrarian reform movement, and not a few joined the PLA, to fight in its campaigns to liberate the rest of the country. Those in industry led many strikes against capitalist employers, thus challenging the new government's policy of collaboration between workers and capitalists. In many areas they became leaders of the masses, not only because they acted as staunch champions of the workers' interests but also because the workers who came under their influence were deeply impressed, in a period where Marxism was much in vogue, by their command of revolutionary Marxist politics. In Canton, Lin Huanhua became one of the principal leaders of the Guangdong Print Workers Union. In what had earlier been the French concession in Shanghai, a group of comrades led a series of strikes, and other comrades also engaged in various struggles in the Shanghai textile industry. Some of our members were inevitably dazzled by the communist success and either openly or secretly renounced their beliefs and went over to the government. A smaller number betrayed the organization to the authorities, so that from early 1950 a series of raids was carried out against our members, particularly in the Shanghai and Wangkov areas, in which we suffered serious losses. For example, Lin Qingshang, a worker in Wangkov, and 2 former members of the organization in Guangxi province, died in front of firing squads. But, generally speaking, the CCP did not yet appear to have taken a firm decision to destroy our organization. In some cases they clearly knew the whereabouts of certain leading comrades, but refrained from any moves against them. In other cases they even made approaches to some of our older comrades through intermediaries. For example, the head of the CCP's United Front Department, Li Weiban, sent the ex-communist Shifu Liang to try to persuade Cheng Chao Lin to do some translations for the government. But we continued to grow both in numbers and in influence throughout those 3.5 years, which is the main reason why the CCP secret police finally carried out their nationwide raid on the Trotskyists in December 19th. Since my links with the movement were automatically severed by the raid, I do not know exactly how many were arrested. A conservative estimate would be 200 to 300, but, since many of our sympathizers and relatives of known Trotskyists were also taken into custody, the actual number was almost certainly much higher. To take my own case as an example, my 2 nephews and my brother-in-law, who, apart from occasionally reading our newspaper, had no connection with the Trotskyist movement, were taken off to jail. Worse still, a number of their friends, who were not even readers of HSINCHI, were rounded up by the police. My wife, a totally non-political person, was also detained for a short period. The raid was carried out in great secrecy, and the CCP has never once publicly acknowledged that it took place. In the 4.5 years since then, our comrades have not yet been publicly brought to trial. Nor have any been set free so far. They are in prison or labor camp, and some of them may have been executed. As counter-revolutionaries, they are forced to share their cells with genuine counter-revolutionaries and common criminals, so that on top of their physical oppression they have to endure an even more painful spiritual oppression. It cannot be often enough said that these men and women have done absolutely nothing to deserve such treatment, and that they are genuine communists who have given their best years to the cause of the emancipation of the working class. The reason for the CCP's fear to give them a fair and open trial is clearly that Mao Zedong, Liu Shaochi, Zhou Enlai, Li Weiban, and others know their old friends very well and realize that if their revolutionary life histories once became public, they would win the sympathy of Chinese workers and revolutionaries everywhere. 2s4. The immediate effect of the CCP victory was to send a shockwave through the ideological life of the Chinese Trotskyist movement. The period from late 1949 to early 19so saw an unprecedented upsurge in the level of theoretical activity. There was hardly a comrade in China who was not pondering the problems raised by the new developments. Cheng Xiaolin in Shanghai and I in a seaport off the South China coast began at almost exactly the same time to carry out a re-examination of the nature of Stalinism and the Soviet Union and an assessment of the reasons for the CCP's victory and the nature of the newly established state. Both of us put down our conclusions in writing, and secretly distributed them throughout China and beyond as reference materials to further the discussion. Piang's group also underwent a period of intense ideological ferment and produced a number of articles on political themes, the first of which to appear in book form was Lu Qiuliang's The Present and the Future of China. 2 years later, Piang Shuzi wrote his lengthy report to the International Secretariat of the Fourth International. Since then more than 6 years have gone by. In the meantime, a whole series of colorful and complex events have taken place, both in China and on a world scale. The time has now come to make a comprehensive and thoroughgoing assessment of the various opinions each of us advanced in the period immediately following the CCP victory, to decide which of them have stood the test of time and which have failed. I hope to make such a study, which would be beyond the scope of this book, at some future date. Chapter 13. Thinking in Solitude. At the time of writing these lines, in July 1957, I am 50 years old. For the past 8 years I have been living on a tiny island off the South China coast, with more than a little time to think. To earn my living I have had to devote much of my energy to writing plays, but this has in no way changed my basic calling. I have remained a revolutionary, keeping a close watch on the changes that have taken place in the world at large, and particularly in China. Since December 1952, when my comrades inside China were rounded up by the CCP secret police, I have no longer been able to play an active part in political life, but this has not prevented me from thinking. In absolute isolation and solitude a person's thinking usually gains in intensity, and so it was with me. The pity is that so much of my time has been taken up with the problem of earning a bare living that up to now I have never had the chance to record all my thoughts over these last few years. Although I have no intention in what is essentially a book of memoirs of making a detailed examination of the recent development of my thinking, still a short account of some of the problems I have engaged will not be altogether out of place here, particularly since thinking has been more or less my sole political activity in recent times. In an epoch such as ours, however few people may actually share my positions, there must be many addressing similar questions and searching just as anxiously for answers to them. To such people, I hope that my opinions will be of some value. My thinking over the last few years has focused mainly on 2 questions. Why, if in terms of overall strategy the Chinese Stalinists were wrong and the Chinese Trotskyists were right, did they end up victorious and we in defeat? And what are the main lessons for the world socialist movement of their victory and our failure? Ocuism 1 is a harmful affliction, particularly in a revolutionary, but revolutionaries are particularly prey to it, for the very qualities that mark them out, perseverance, tenacity, and an unbounded confidence in one's cause, often prevent them from recognizing their own defeats and admitting their enemies' successes. It is hard, of course, to draw a clear distinction between self-confidence of this sort and revolutionary firmness, for the one is an essential ingredient of the other. But carried to excess, what may originally have been a virtue ends up as acuism of the worst sort. To defend one's beliefs blindly and to dress up others' victories as defeats and our defeats as victories is positively harmful to the revolution. A fact remains a fact whether or not we recognize it as one. People who deliberately close their eyes to reality sooner or later end up bumping their heads against it, whereupon they usually surrender unconditionally to the very facts that only yesterday they so stubbornly denied. True revolutionary confidence comes only on the basis of a cool assessment of how things really are. To recognize defeat is not at all the same as to surrender to the enemy. There is no reason why it should automatically lead to demoralization. In all social struggles, particularly the bitter and complex struggles of modern class society, victories and defeats invariably alternate, so the path to socialism is never straight but zigzag and uneven. Those who travel it must be able to draw the lessons of the defeats through which it inevitably passes. What is known as calamity is often good fortune in disguise. What is called good fortune is often a cause of calamity. This is Mao Zedong's favorite quotation from the ancient Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu. He often took heart from it in his darkest hours. Perhaps we too can profit from an examination of the good fortune of the Chinese Stalinists and the calamity of the Chinese Trotskyists in the light of Lao Tzu's teaching. But good fortune is only bestowed on those capable of grasping reality. Here Lao Tzu reminds us of Spinoza's not to laugh, not to cry, but to understand, advice we would do well to bear in mind in attempting any such assessment. 1. Acu is the antihero of Lucian's The True Story of Acu. The usual meaning of acuism is to seek consolation by fantasizing defeat into victory. Thinking in Solitude 257. As I said earlier, the Chinese Trotskyist movement entered a period of intellectual ferment in late 1949 and early 1950. Shaken to the core by the unexpectedness of what had happened, we began in the light of the new situation to reconsider our fundamental positions and beliefs. In this atmosphere of intense turmoil and in the heat of events, I made my own attempt to come to grips with the causes of the CCP victory, and noted some of my conclusions in a booklet published in early 1950. 2. In it I said that the Soviet Union had turned into a bureaucratic collectivist state, and the Stalinist party into a party of collectivist bureaucrats. From this I concluded that the victory of the CCP was merely the victory of a collectivist bureaucratic party and in no way the victory of a Chinese proletarian party, i.e. a proletarian revolution. This analysis seemed to me to explain many features of the Stalinist parties and to solve the riddle of the CCP victory. Gradually, however, I discovered that for all its advantages and its theoretical consistency, once applied to revolutionary practice it proved to be wholly inappropriate and plainly wrong. Armed with this discovery, I returned again from the realm of politics to sociology and from practicalities to theoretical research, and eventually I arrived at the conclusion that among the numerous theoretical analyses of the Soviet Union and Stalinism advanced both inside and outside the Fourth International, Trotsky's was by far the strongest and in the best interests of socialist revolution. I had launched my soul onto unknown seas only to land again at the port where I had embarked. Some may mock me for this. Let them. All that matters to me is the search for truth, and for the key to the completion of the revolution. To tell the whole story of how I traveled this ideological circuit, with its various periods and stages, would require more lines than I have room for here, and in any case I intend to devote a special study to this question. 3. 21 Te, Solin Yenchu. Hong Kong, 1950. 3. This study, titled Sushang Wen Ti was Memio. Graphed in 1962 and printed in Hong Kong in 1982. It consists of 3 articles. On Chn Tusio's opinions expressed in his last years, on the 258. So I will confine myself here to a brief discussion of the class nature of the CCP and the historical role of Stalinist parties in general, for it was on these two questions that we Chinese Trotskyists developed a number of positions from which flowed our wrong analysis in and around 1949. Perhaps this discussion will serve as a warning example of how easy it is for revolutionaries to fall captive to their own prescriptions if they do not continually check them against events. For many years up to and even after 1949 we Chinese Trotskyists had believed that the CCP represented the interests of the petty bourgeoisie and was no longer a party of the working class. None of us had ever considered why, we simply took it as self-evident. That the CCP had withdrawn from the big cities, lived in and drawn its forces from the countryside, and abandoned class struggle in favor of class peace was more than enough to confirm us in our opinion. It is impossible to say who first advanced this analysis. In his report to the International Secretariat of the Fourth International in November 1951, Piang Shutze tried to attribute it to Trotsky, arguing that beginning with 1930, Trotsky repeatedly pointed out that the CCP had gradually degenerated from a workers' party into a peasant party. But this assertion is quite groundless. In the letter to the Chinese left opposition that Piang quotes, Trotsky never once argued that the CCP had gradually degenerated from a workers' party into a peasant party. Instead he simply talked about the possible outcome of the struggle between the two factions of the CCP, i.e., if a civil war were to break out between a peasant army led by Stalinists and a proletarian vanguard led by Leninists, the left opposition and the Stalinists would have ceased to be communist factions and would have become hostile parties, each with a different class basis. But he went straight on from this theoretical hypothesis to ask if such a perspective was inevitable. His answer was unequivocal: no, I don't think so at all. Within the Stalinist faction there are not only peasant, i.e. petty bourgeois tendencies, but also proletarian tendencies. 5. Trotsky's letter was written on September 22, 1932, nearly a whole year before he decided to call for new communist parties and a new international. So at a time when we still considered ourselves a faction of the CCP, Trotsky was allegedly arguing that this same CCP had degenerated from a workers' into a peasants' party. It was precisely our wrong understanding of the class nature of the CCP that to a large extent determined our positions on it, in particular the significance of its eventual victory over the Kuomintang, both before and after 1949. Having once established that it was a petty bourgeois party, we were logically driven to conclude that it could never lead a genuine revolution, still less lead to victory, for it is a fundamental theorem of Marxism that in the modern age and in a backward country even the bourgeois democratic tasks of the revolution can only be solved by a thoroughgoing revolution led by the proletariat and its party. Even during the civil war between the CCP and the Kuomintang from 1946 to 1949 we invariably argued that a peasant army led by a petty bourgeois party was almost bound to lose, and that even if by some remote chance it won, it would inevitably end up in a blind alley. When facts proved otherwise and the revolution led by the CCP not only triumphed but deepened, we remained tightly bound by our old preconceptions. Instead of promptly recognizing the revolution for what it was, we continued to cling to our old assessment and to look for theoretical supports to bridge the growing gap between what had really happened and what we thought had happened. We now argued not only that the CCP was no longer a proletarian party but that it was not even a petty bourgeois party. Instead, it represented the interests of an entirely new class, a class that Cheng Xiaolin called state capitalist and I called bureaucratic collectivist. We believed that such classes were the product of a whole series of defeats of the revolution on a world scale and of the overgrowth of the capitalist system, so they were powerful but reactionary. Unlike the petty bourgeoisie, they were strong enough to overthrow the old bourgeois regimes, in China, the Kuomintang, and to turn society on its head. But unlike the proletariat, they were incapable of moving onward in the direction of socialism, and would at best establish a regime of state capitalism or bureaucratic collectivism. In this way, Cheng Xiaolin and I built further on our old assessment of the CCP. Piang Shutze and a number of his followers responded to the situation in a different way, clinging to the same old formula and flatly denying that China had had a revolution. For 2 whole years, right up to November 1951, Piang argued that the new regime was actually a naked Bonapartist military dictatorship of the petty bourgeoisie and bourgeoisie, based on the armed peasantry, and that such a military dictatorship will never change its bourgeois character. 6 In May 1952, however, he suddenly discovered that it had lost its bourgeois character and acquired a dual character because the worker elements have increased in number in the last 2 years. 7 However, he continued to insist that the party up to then had been a party of peasants, and that its earlier seizure of power had been not a revolution but an accident resulting from a conjuncture of exceptional historical circumstances. Like Cheng Xiaolin and me, Piang was unable to wrench himself free from the old formula, but unlike us he continues to insist to this day that we Chinese Trotskyists were absolutely right to apply it to the theory and practice of the Chinese Revolution at each stage in its development. I am not concerned here with whether Piang's claim to infallibility is valid, and will return to it in a future study. 8 I said earlier that we had based our assessment of the CCP on the observation that it had withdrawn from the cities into the thinking in solitude countryside and recruited its forces almost exclusively from the peasantry rather than the working class, and that it had capitulated in 1937 to the Kuomintang in the name of unity against Japan, by declaring its conversion to Sun Yat-senism, accepting the reorganization of its armed forces into the armed forces of the Kuomintang, and promising to give up class struggle. On the face of it, this was decisive enough proof of the charges we were making. A party that had torn itself away from the working class, left the main battleground, and given up its revolutionary platform could no longer be called working class. So when we first declared in the mid-1930s that the CCP had degenerated into a party of the petty bourgeoisie, we were acting on entirely reasonable assumptions. Where we went wrong was in failing to check our assessment against reality, and in closing our eyes to developments that might falsify our analysis. Looking back, I can now see that we ignored 4 key facts. First, the CCP withdrawal from the cities was neither voluntary nor deliberate, but mainly the result of Kuomintang persecution and repression, so it could not be taken as proof that the CCP had committed itself to a new strategic orientation toward peasant war rather than proletarian revolution. Second, after withdrawing into the countryside, the CCP did not forsake, in either words or deeds, the platform of a revolutionary united front under the leadership of the proletariat. Third, while it is true that the CCP abandoned class struggle during the Second United Front, i.e., it called off land revolution and submitted to the leadership of Chiang Kai-shek in a decisive tum that we rightly denounced at the time as a final capitulation, by and large the tum was at the level of tactical maneuver rather than of strategy and was never carried to its logical conclusion, the main reason being that there were still revolutionary tendencies in the CCP that opposed Stalin's policy of capitulation. Fourth, during both the Soviet and Red Army period and the United Front and Eighth Route Army period, the CCP all along remained an organization of highly disciplined revolutionaries and carried out its recruitment on a class basis. If we Chinese Trotskyists had kept a closer eye on these developments and constantly checked our assessment of the CCP against them, we would have understood the true meaning of the victory of the CCP and would have made fewer mistakes in developing our own work and ideas. Lenin once said something of relevance in this connection. Discussing the problem of British communists joining the Labour Party, he said, "Of course, most of the Labour Party's members are working men. However, whether or not a party is really a political party of workers does not depend solely upon a membership of workers but also upon the men that lead it, and the content of its actions and its political tactics. Only this latter determines whether we really have before us a political party of the proletariat. Regarded from this, the only correct point of view, the Labour Party is a thoroughly bourgeois party." 9 Following Lenin's method, we Chinese Trotskyists should have paid more attention to the men that led the CCP. We should have kept a close eye on the struggle between the various tendencies in its leadership and tirelessly analyzed the content of its actions and political tactics. But instead we put too much emphasis on its social composition, which was overwhelmingly peasant, and so concluded that it was a petty bourgeois party, which later led me to adopt the theory of bureaucratic collectivism. So we were unable to foresee a great many of the developments in the Third Chinese Revolution or to understand them even after they had happened. Had we followed Lenin's method, we would early on have developed a different view of the CCP. We would have admitted that in spite of its massive bureaucratic degeneration and its oppressive internal regime, its overwhelmingly peasant composition, its unprincipled maneuvers, and its distortions of Marxism, it was still a working-class party of sorts, though it was more so in some periods than in others, and it acquired a number of grotesque and repellent features. It is precisely because we failed to follow this procedure that we fell so wide of the mark in our criticism of the CCP in the 1940s and immediately after the establishment of the new regime. The extreme confusion sown in the ranks of the Trotskyist movement in both China and the world by the victory of the CCP in 1949 was due not only to our wrong analysis of the class nature of that party but also to one crucial mistake in our view of the historical role of Stalinism in general. Ever since the task of creating a new international was first broached in 1933, we had analyzed the Third International as historically spent and no longer capable of playing the role of headquarters of the world revolution. The parties affiliated to it, organizationally and ideologically rotted by the Stalin canker, could no longer be renovated or revitalized into revolutionary parties. They never led a revolution to victory, and they would go out of their way to sabotage, betray, and suppress any revolutionary upsurge not under their direct control. However incredible it might seem, they not only could not but would not take victory for themselves, for any victorious revolution outside the USSR would in the long run weaken and destroy Moscow's bureaucratic control over its vassals and dependencies in the Third International. This analysis is fundamentally sound and was in the main borne out by a number of events of world importance between 1934 and 1945. However, in our exaggerated and mechanical interpretation of it, the view that Stalinist parties will refuse to make revolution even if it puts the helm of state into their hands developed into a sheer prejudice, and explains our utter confusion in the face of the CCP victory in 1949. This is not the place for a detailed account of the overall evolution of Trotskyism on a world scale, how it grew from a faction of the Communist Party into an independent organization, and how it broke from the Third International and launched the Fourth. Suffice it to say that in the summer and autumn of 1933, after Stalin's Third Period policy had paved the way for Hitler's triumph in Germany and the whole of the Third International had supported his positions, Trotsky's decision to call for new communist parties and a new international was just as necessary and had the same historical significance as Lenin's call for a new international in 1914, when the parties of the Second International came out in support of their respective ruling classes in the imperialist war. In making the analogy, however, we should note that the history of the past 20 years has shown that the actions of the Third International have differed in significant ways from those of the Second International after 1914. There are a number of fundamental differences between the parties of Stalinism and of social democracy. Even today the former are actually still not reconcilable with capitalism, for they fight to maintain and consolidate state property in the Soviet Union and at the same time work for the creation of a similar system in the capitalist countries. To judge by what they say and write, they are scarcely distinguishable from classical Menshevism, but whereas classical Menshevism is a position of principle and strategy, Menshevism of the Stalinist variety has been little more than a series of tactical measures, a smokescreen behind which to carry out political maneuvers. We Trotskyists have never taken this difference seriously, so we have tended to overlook or underestimate the anti-capitalist aspect of Stalinist parties and have been taken unawares by at least three important developments over the past 10 years. First, instead of reverting to capitalism, the system of state property in the Soviet Union emerged from the Second World War stronger than ever. Second, the economic and political system of the Soviet Union was exported to Eastern Europe. Third, the Chinese Communist Party defeated the Kuomintang and began to reconstruct the Chinese economy on the model of the Soviet Union. So we must admit that we have underestimated the anti-capitalist potential of these parties, which even now is still not entirely exhausted. What then of Trotsky's decision to establish a new international? Judged from the point of view of the long-term interests of world socialist revolution, we were right to argue that the Third International no longer had any positive role to play, that its thinking, politics, and organization had degenerated to the point where it would never again complete a revolution like the one in Russia or establish a workers' government like in the early days of the Soviet Union. The path of internal reform had been blocked, a new revolutionary international had become necessary. This was the only conceivable solution to the problems posed by historical circumstance, and we must continue to defend it now and in the future as stubbornly as we ever did in the past. But the way in which we understood and interpreted the 1933 decision must be judged separately. Our contention that the Stalinist parties would do no more than serve the Kremlin directly and thinking in solitude 165 the world bourgeoisie indirectly, squander the fruits of revolution in the Soviet Union, and betray or crush revolutions that might break out elsewhere in the world even where this would place state power in their hands was demonstrably wrong. Perhaps one of the two of these views can be ascribed to Trotsky, but most of them are mechanistic derivatives from or even caricatures of Trotsky's original positions. Here I am not interested in who authored these mistakes. What does concern me is that over the last 20 years or more precisely these views have decided our attitude as Trotskyists toward Stalinism throughout the world, and we Chinese Trotskyists were at the very least among their most stubborn proponents. This is why, even after the CCP's stunning victories around Xiaiko and Pengpu in late 1948, Trotskyists like Lu Qiuliang argued that the Chinese Stalinists would never inflict a nationwide defeat on the Kuomintang. Why, even after the fall of Canton in the autumn of 1949, they declared that the CCP would decline to reap the fruit of victory, and why, even after the new regime had been established in Peking and land revolution had been extended throughout China, they asserted that the CCP was not only unable but unwilling to retain state power, and that agrarian reform would stop at the northern bank of the Yangtze River. 10. But if we renounce such seemingly essential parts of our analysis of Stalinism, how can we continue to argue that the 1933 decision to create a new international was and remains correct and necessary? Should we not admit that since the analysis upon which this decision was based has been undermined, the international should disband and surrender to the Stalinists? No few Chinese Trotskyists have done so, including veterans like Li Qi and Lu Zhenqing. A few surrendered under pressure, but most did so from conviction. Before they finally went over to the CCP in the early 1950s, I had a chance to discuss this with a number of them, either face-to-face or through letters. My arguments can be more or less reduced to the following 2 points. First, while it is true that Stalinist parties are far less easily reconciled to capitalism than are the social democratic parties, there is still no reason to believe that they can adopt a strategy and tactics of the sort that is necessary for socialist revolution. Second, even if Stalinist parties can under certain circumstances fight capitalism and carry out a revolution, we should not neglect the equally fundamental question of how they do so, and what sort of regimes they form. As the newly established Stalinist states multiply, this aspect of the problem will increasingly eclipse the other in importance. Yes, revolutions cannot be made to order and along a predetermined path, but we should still recognize that goal and means are interdependent and that means to no small extent determine goals. The difference between one means and another can amount to hundreds of thousands of human lives, so the choice between them is crucially important and deserves our closest consideration. Moreover, bureaucratic rule will never create a truly socialist society. In the absence of a successful anti-bureaucratic upsurge by the workers, bureaucratic rule, with its inevitable interstate wars and conflicts, will spell the collapse into barbarism of human society as a whole. Needless to say, I did not succeed in convincing my old friends or in preventing them from going over to the new regime in China. To their great misfortune and disappointment, the authorities doubted the sincerity of their conversion, so few of them got jobs and some were even arrested and cast into jail. In the light of their own experience and of recent developments in the Soviet Union, Poland, and Hungary, most of them must now realize that their decision to surrender to the Stalinists was wrong. The Yugoslavian experience, Khrushchev's exposure of Stalin's crimes at the 20th Congress of the CPSU, and the tragic events in Poland and Hungary have posed in all its immediacy the problem of how to establish and maintain genuine workers' power. In his famous speech of December 7, 1956, E. Kardelj, Vice President of the Federal People's Assembly of Yugoslavia, said, "It should be noted that since the progressive socialist forces have thus far lacked experience in combating bureaucratism, to induce a form of true democracy from experience is out of the question." Before Thinking in Solitude 267, the 20th Congress of the CPSU, only the Yugoslavian Party had ever seriously searched for and eventually found a series of political measures to resolve the contradictions of the period of transition and established institutions of mass self-management in various areas of social activity, thereby enabling our society to get rid of those political forms and measures used by bureaucratic elements in their attempt to reduce the whole of society to stagnation. 11. Kardelj rightly emphasized the importance of combating bureaucratism. But he forgot to say that Trotskyism was born from precisely such a struggle and has accumulated valuable experience from the fight for a form of true democracy. For though the Fourth International has so far achieved little of real significance in practical politics, it has contributed richly to theoretical research into the problems of the transition to socialism, in which sense it represents the pinnacle of contemporary Marxism. Recent experience in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe shows that there has been no serious or successful attempt to resolve the problems of bureaucratic rule, though the struggles that have broken out there have in general been against bureaucracy. This suggests that without the program advocated over the years by the Fourth International, the efforts of those currently raising a hue and cry against bureaucratism will surely fail. But though such people have still not broken in practice with Stalinism, what they say is still encouraging. It proves that we Trotskyists have not been fighting in vain over the last 30 years, that our ranks will swell and that Stalinist domination of the world communist movement is corning to an end. In coming years, whether we actually achieve anything will depend in part on how far we succeed in integrating our program and membership with anti-bureaucratic mass movement in countries under communist rule. But we must never forget to check our positions in the light of events, to hold firm to those that are right, and to right or discard those that are wrong. A Fourth International full of life and energy is more necessary now than it ever was, and must be strengthened and expanded. We first launched the campaign for a new international in 1933, mainly because of our political appraisal of Stalinism, but also because of the internal structure of Stalinist parties, which brooked no opposition. Now, however, we have begun to notice for the first time that a general process of differentiation is taking place within the Stalinist parties and the countries under their rule, so there is a slight prospect of some degree of internal reform. Should we change our attitude toward them accordingly? Should the world Trotskyist movement return to its old pre-1933 position, which looked to reform existing communist parties rather than set up new ones? I think not. The events in Hungary in 1956 showed how stubbornly those in power in the party and the state will fight to defend themselves, and that they will not make the slightest concessions except under the direct revolutionary pressure of the mass movement. So we should continue to propagate unwaveringly the necessity of anti-bureaucratic political revolution in these countries. But at the same time we should avoid interpreting and applying this position mechanistically. The various communist parties and the states that they control are no longer Stalinist to an identical degree, and conflicts and struggles are breaking out among them. We should not stand aside from these fights, like passive onlookers. Rather than indiscriminately attack each side with equal force, we should distinguish between them and tirelessly pay attention to the conflicts and struggles, no matter how small, that divide them, and we should give critical support to those that prove the more progressive. In so doing, our revolutionary attitude toward the faction or party concerned should be fairly flexible in its tactical application. In sum, with our fundamental tenets unrevised, i.e., sticking firmly to the position of preparing political revolution in all degenerated or deformed workers' states by siding with the toiling people in their fight for democracy and against privilege, we should at the same time pay more attention to the specific application to different circumstances of our basically identical position. A right policy is not enough, it must be supplemented by elastic and flexible tactics. Is the CCP a Stalinist party? To what extent has it been Stalinized, and what position does it occupy within Stalinism as a world system? Is Mao a Chinese Tito, or will he become one? What is the nature of the People's Republic of China and what stance should we adopt toward it? These questions have haunted me in recent years, so I will briefly deal with them. I pointed out in an earlier chapter that it is clear from the history of the factional struggle in the CCP ever since the mid-1993 that Mao has never been a Stalinist in terms of faction. The Stalinists would never have recruited anyone as opinionated as Mao into their inner circle, and he is in any case by nature incapable of acting like a Wang Ming. I have never had the chance to work closely with Mao, but we have no few mutual friends, among them Hsu Qixing, Mao's childhood friend, and Ho Tsushan. From them I learned many things about Mao's character, his learning, and his way of thinking and working. Combining these indirect impressions with my own knowledge of Mao's life and writings, I conclude that as a man he has many traits in common with Chen Tuxiu, the founding father of Chinese communism. Both had their first love of learning in Confucianism, both built their ideological foundations in the Chinese classics, both acquired their knowledge of modern European thought, in particular Marxism-Leninism, in the same way, by building a rough superstructure of foreign style on a solid Chinese foundation at a time when they were physically as well as intellectually fully matured. So both Chen and Mao take Chinese learning as substance, Western learning for practical application, to quote the words of the Qing dynasty reformer Chang Chidong. They can never become thoroughly Europeanized, nor will they ever cast aside that self-conceited pride peculiar to old-style Chinese scholars. I pointed out in an earlier chapter that Chen Tuxiu had a poor opinion of foreign communists, all the more so after Moscow had shamelessly heaped the whole of the blame for the defeat of 1927 on his shoulders. He always spoke with hatred and contempt of those Chinese communists who kowtowed to foreign comrades, and he dismissed them as red compradors. Mao, being more diplomatic, substituted the word dogmatist for comprador, but he looked down just as deeply on men like Wang Ming, who could only quote from the works of Marx, Lenin, and Stalin, and from resolutions of the Comintern. Ho Tsushan once told me an interesting anecdote in this connection. While he and Mao were carrying out underground work for the Hunan Provincial Committee of the CCP in Changsha in the autumn of 1927, at a time when the revolution was in chaotic retreat and hundreds of communists were being sent to Moscow to study, Mao once said to him, "I won't go to Moscow until the revolution triumphs." Even at that early date Stalin must have been aware of the recalcitrance of this leader of equal ambition, desperately struggling for survival in the faraway mountains of Jiangxi. That is why he unfalteringly placed his confidence in Wang Ming and finally planted him as leader of the CCP and the Red Army in 1931. But this red comprador proved unequal to the job, so Mao and other indigenous leaders squeezed his followers out of the leadership at the Zunyi Conference in 1935. After that Mao was a tightwast before Tito. Mao has all along remained outside the clique transplanted into the CCP from Moscow, but that has not prevented him from being a staunch Stalinist, just as it has not prevented the CCP from becoming Stalinized and the People's Republic of China from being organized and constituted after an essentially Stalinist model. Historical and social factors are incomparably stronger than individual likes and dislikes in determining the character of states and institutions. The extreme backwardness of Chinese economy and society, the peasant environment in which the CCP was forced to live and grow, its protracted involvement in a predominantly military struggle, the ebb of the World Revolution, the ever-deepening bureaucratic involution of the Soviet state between 1930 and 1945, and Mao's undemocratic disposition and training, all these factors combined to force the Chinese Communist Party and its leading figure onto the Stalinist road. In fundamental ideological tense, Stalinism means the substitution of nationalism for internationalism, of tactical interclass maneuvers for class struggle, and of bureaucratic dictatorship for the democracy of the toiling people. In practical terms, it means that all initiatives from lower levels of party and government organizations are stifled, that everything is done according to instruction, that political and social life is dominated by a frantic personality cult and a hierarchy of privilege, that all forms of thinking are controlled by the secret police, that all oppositions are purged, that all factions and parties are forbidden, and so on ad nauseam. All these measures have already been copied from Stalin and the CPSU by Mao and the CCP. I am told that some Marxists in the Fourth International believe that since the victory of the CCP was due mainly to its having broken successfully from Stalinism, or to its freedom from Stalinist influence and domination, the CCP can no longer be regarded as a Stalinist party. Such a view is one-sided and unsound. True, under the direct impact of class struggle, the CCP, with Mao Zedong at its head, tactically violated Stalin's directives and at crucial junctures took an opposite path to that of Stalin by going all out to mobilize the masses, giving a bold leadership to their struggles, and finally achieving revolution. In that sense, though the CCP remained a fundamentally Stalinist party, one of the main reasons it triumphed was because it failed to follow the line of Stalinism. So Maoism and Stalinism are not direct equivalents. The different conditions of time and space in which the Russian and Chinese revolutions occurred, the different cultural backgrounds and traditions of those who made them, and the different personal qualities of a Stalin and a Mao have led to important differences in both the outlook and the practice of the two men. The elements of identity and difference between them make an interesting and important subject for investigation, from both an historical and a political point of view, to which I shall return in a separate study. 12. But for my present purposes I must insist, checked off against my earlier list of basic characteristics of Stalinism as a political force and a political system, the CCP is still fundamentally a Stalinist party and Maoism is still fundamentally a variant of Stalinism. One question that is worth discussing is what will become of the CCP now that Stalin and Stalinism are coming under fire in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe and the Stalinist camp is beginning to differentiate. Immediately after the victory of the revolution in China, many people were inclined to think that Stalinism in the CCP would be shaken off much earlier and much more easily than in other Stalinized parties, and that in some branches of the newborn state, machine Stalinist methods of rule and institutions would never be systematically established. Later developments showed this view to be naive. Judging from its reaction to de-Stalinization in the CPSU and its hostile attitude to the Hungarian Revolution, the leadership of the CCP sticks faster to Stalinism than many of us thought. It has not actively facilitated the breakdown of Stalinism, and in some ways it has even turned out to be a bulwark of this obnoxious doctrine and its reactionary practice. But this is hardly surprising, for the CCP set out to construct socialism from a socio-economic level lower even than that of the Soviet Union in the early 1920s and based its policies on the Stalinist principle of nationalist autarky. So Stalinism will persist and even grow in China, at least in the short term. However, there is an important difference between now and when Stalinism first emerged and consolidated itself as a system. Then the curve of world revolutions was downward, now it is upward. What's more, even though the Chinese Revolution is artificially confined by its leaders to strict national boundaries, it is impossible to prevent it from coming under the influence of revolutionary movements elsewhere in the world. The most obvious example was the tragicomic 100 Flowers campaign, unthinkable but for the Hungarian Revolution of 1956. It would be naive to imagine that that campaign was in any way a real attempt to grapple with the actual problems of Stalinism, but even so there was a strong link between it and the events in Hungary. The 100 Flowers campaign showed that most top-level intellectuals in China plus many students and workers and practically the whole of the peasantry are deeply dissatisfied with the CCP Stalinist regime. But their demands were ruthlessly suppressed during the subsequent anti-rightist campaign, and those called upon by the party to speak out were mercilessly persecuted. The result of this act of treachery will be, to make such a mess of things that it can never be cleaned up. If through the current anti-rightist campaign the CCP further strengthens the Stalinist system in all its aspects, the anti-Stalinist indignation of China's intellectual youth and of its workers and peasants will explode all the sooner and with all the more serious and wide-ranging consequences. Impelled by events both in China and in the world, a genuine and powerful left wing may come into being within the CCP, perhaps linking up with the thinking in solitude forces of Chinese Trotskyism to channel all anti-Stalinist movements in the direction of a new anti-bureaucratic revolution. Such a revolution would aim to establish a real government of workers and peasants and to ally with the world proletariat to speed the advance to socialism. I believe that history will show that such a prospect, far from being a mere pipe dream, is entirely realistic. Epilogue. I have now more or less exhausted what I have to say. However, it seems to me that there is one question I have so far left unanswered, since I am a mere foot soldier in the revolution. How did it enter my mind to write a book of recollections of this sort, and what is there of value in it? I should start by pointing out that many years ago, in Japanese-occupied Shanghai, Cheng Chao-lin also set out to write his memoirs. Beginning with his early childhood, he traced his life down to 1927 and the defeat of the revolution, when he attended the August 7th emergency conference of the Central Committee of the party and began working in the underground with Ch2Chiu. At that point he seemed to lose interest, devoting only a few pages to his conversion to the left opposition and the early days of the Chinese Trotskyist movement and eventually stopping altogether. We urged him to continue with the project, and it was then that he countered by saying that I should write about my own experiences in 1928-9, when nearly half the Chinese students in Moscow came over to the side of the left opposition. He argued that the events of that period were important in the history not only of the Chinese Trotskyist movement but of the Chinese Communist Party as a whole, and that, of those involved in them, I was the sole survivor and the best qualified to tell the tale. I was much moved by what he had said and agreed to his proposal, but more urgent work prevented me from carrying out my promise. Since 1952, when Cheng Chao-lin was thrown into Mao's prison, I have heard nothing more from him, and do not even know whether he is alive or dead. His memoirs, if not destroyed, are probably under lock and key in the archives of the CCP Secret Police Department. In recent years I have often thought back on the proposal that he made and felt guilty for not having fulfilled the wishes of a good friend, having lost my family, comrades in arms, relatives, and friends, to have been forced to live in a state of endless political idleness. My life seems to have ground to a halt, or to have lapsed into stagnation. In such a situation one is inevitably inclined to look back over the past. Events and people from bygone days have haunted me like ghosts, gripping my mind. Their memory has stuck, like a fishbone in my throat. I could never feel at ease until I succeeded in dislodging it. It was for this reason that at one point I wrote several sketches of unforgettable old friends of mine. I also made a number of attempts to write a chapter of my life, dealing with the various factions among the Chinese Communists in Moscow, but never succeeded, either through pressure of other work or simply because of the inherent difficulty of the project. It was the 10th Congress of the CPSU of 1956, with its decision to launch a de-Stalinization campaign and rewrite the history of the Soviet Party, that finally made up my mind to write the chapter. My determination was further strengthened by the reaction of the CCP to the dramatic political turn in Moscow. After a close study of the literature published or released by the Chinese Party, I began to realize that the struggle among the Chinese Communists in Moscow had not only left a deep imprint on the history of the CCP over the past 26 years, but would continue to reverberate throughout its activities for many years to come. Because of various internal and external considerations, the present leadership of the party is in no position to write a frank and fair account of this period of history, and future historians who wish to do so may find it hard to come by the necessary first-hand materials. As a participant in the events of those days, I therefore decided to do my best to fill the gap. With Cheng Chao-lin's words resounding in my mind, and with the active help of Lu Kuo-hua, I set about my work in earnest. At first my plan was simply to write one chapter about my Moscow days, but this soon began to grow. Everything has its own logical development, even the writing of a short article. It is impossible to cut a cross-section from one's life as though from the trunk of a tree. To make any one episode comprehensible, one must say something about both its causes and its consequences. But simply to add a heavy crown and long roots to the original trunk would at best be to create a rather ugly tree. Thus willy-nilly my one chapter grew into a fairly lengthy autobiography. This also explains why what purports to be an autobiography is not in fact mainly devoted to my own personal life. I only allowed myself a place in the whole story because I wanted some sort of thread to string together the various events of the last 50 years. 2. Use a cliché, my aim was to see some aspects of a great epoch reflected in the mirror of an ordinary person's life. Nor is it a history of Chinese Trotskyism. Although what I have to say is closely connected with the course of that movement, it is recounted and presented merely from my own point of view, and limited to my own experience. What is more, since, to my great misfortune, I have not been in a position to refer to the documents and literature of the movement, my descriptions of events are largely taken from memory. There can be no real place for private affairs, of course, in an autobiography which is not centered directly on the writer himself. Friends of mine, on reading the manuscript, have raised two criticisms of my writing. First, they have suggested that I should have offered a self-appraisal, since although I have given my opinion or impressions of many of the characters who have peopled my life, I have made no particular assessment of my own role in the movement. Secondly, they have pointed out that I should have said more about certain aspects of my private life, for example my love affairs. As I see it, however, neither of these subjects is worth treating here. I hate self-aggrandizement as much as I hate insincere self-depreciation, both of which are difficult to avoid in any self-appraisal. In my opinion, I have already displayed far too much of myself in the course of writing this book. In Buffon's words, the style is the man. Since readers are already acquainted with my style, what need is there for a further description of the man? Moreover, to criticize is also in a certain sense to be criticized. When a mirror reflects an image, it at the same time reveals its own quality. As for my private affairs, I have if anything dwelled at far too great a length on them. True, emotional life has always made up the main and best part of most biographical literature, but this work must be an exception. I have no intention of placing my own strictly personal joys and tragedies on a par with the great issues of the epoch. In short, I have written this work not for my own emotional satisfaction and still less for reasons of personal vanity, but for the very cause to which I have devoted the best years of my life. I have remembered not merely for the sake of remembering, but also, and more importantly, to help others understand the past and thus prepare better for the future. In this way, and this way alone, do I justify the writing of this book. July 28, I9S7. Postscript. This work was completed in 1957, and the events it recounts came to an end in 1949. Almost a quarter of a century has elapsed between its completion and its publication in English. Since it is not an autobiography in the strict sense of the word, it does not cover the entire lifespan of the author. But since it is also not an objective history, the reader naturally has the right to ask what has now become of its author. It seems that a few words are therefore in order. After I was forced to leave Hong Kong in late November 1949, I lived in a peninsula of 7 square miles extent on the South China coast until March 1, 1975, when through the help of friends I managed to find my way to Europe. I spent the first 3 years after 1949 pondering and reassessing the ideological positions of our movement. During that time I kept close contact with my friends in China. After December 1952, when they were all arrested and imprisoned by the secret police of the CCP, my political activities came to an end in practical terms. I managed to eke out a living by teaching and writing plays, but this in no way stopped me thinking or changed my basic calling. I kept a close watch on the changes that were taking place in the world and more particularly in China. I kept a critical eye on each of the major events in China, including the 100 Flowers Campaign, the Great Leap Forward, the People's Communes movement, the Sino-Soviet debate and the Cultural Revolution, my aim being both to formulate and clarify my own ideas and to exchange opinions with like-minded observers. My writings during this period, which were published and distributed with the help of some of my old friends, took the form of articles, pamphlets, and even a book-length study of Mao Zedong's thought. But it was not until 1968 that our ideas and publications drew any real response. The glittering victories of the CCP and the unprecedented prosperity of the post-war Western world combined to consign to the margins of major world developments what remained of revolutionary Marxism outside China, and, ideologically, to send it off course. The Red Guard movement launched in 1966 did provide a certain stimulus for overseas Chinese youth and partly shook off their political apathy. But it was only in 1968 that a fundamental change in the mood of a large number of young people became apparent. It was in that year that Hong Kong youth in particular, influenced by the powerful wave of radical thinking that shook the world as a result of the Vietnam War, began seriously to raise their efforts for personal success to the level of a struggle for the betterment of society as a whole, of China, and of mankind. They began both to feel a deep hatred for the capitalist world and to deplore the bureaucratic regime of the CCP. Not surprisingly, many of them tended towards anarchism. Before long, however, as a result both of their own experience and of the influence of other ideological tendencies, they began to differentiate among themselves, so that a majority of them eventually turned towards revolutionary Marxism. During the next 4 or 5 years they grew greatly in influence, gaining new support not only in Hong Kong but also in Europe and North America. Now we are able to see quite a powerful movement springing up among Chinese youth, workers as well as students, all over the world, with the aim of redirecting the new China into channels which will genuinely benefit the interests of the toiling masses, and in June 1979 Cheng Cha-Olin and 11 other old friends of mine were released from jail after 27 years, as a result of the new turn in the policy of the CCP. My role in preparing for this process of change was not particularly worthy of note, but neither was it entirely lacking. Now that I am approaching the end of my life's journey, I cannot but feel happy to find that what appears before me is not the darkness after sunset, but the bright glimmering of daybreak. January 25, 1980. Select biographical reference list. Enfu. A leader of the Chinese Trotskyists in Moscow. Arrested and exiled to Siberia in 1930. Chang Ching-Chn. Chairman of Peking University Students' Union in 1926. Studied in Moscow, returned to China in 1929, and was arrested and executed by the Yi.Inan authorities as a member of the Provincial Committee of the CCP in Yi.Inan. Chang Kuo-Tao. A founder of the CCP and labor leader during the 1920s. Leader of the CCP's Fourth Front Army during the Long March, when he clashed with Mao. Left the CCP in 1938 and ceased political activity thereafter. Chang Shichao, lawyer and journalist. Opposed to the New Culture movement and a bitter enemy of Lucian, but died a supporter of Maoism. Chang Te. Joined the Trotskyist movement in Moscow in 1917. Left it in 1931 and was thereafter a supporter of the Guangxi warlords. Chang Te-han. Joined the underground Trotskyist organization in 1939 and carried out educational work among the workers in Shanghai. Arrested by the Maoist secret police in 19p, since when nothing has been heard of her. 28-0. Chang Taitset. A lawyer, who rendered valuable help to resistance fighters under the Japanese occupation in Shanghai. Joined the underground Trotskyist movement in 1939, and died of tuberculosis. Chang Po-Kian. Returned student from Germany. Participated in the Northern Expedition and was a founder of the Third Party. A leader of the Democratic Alliance after 1944. At one time Minister of Communications in the Peking government. Purged during the Cultural Revolution. Chang Wen-tian. Alias Lo Fu, one of the 28 Bolsheviks. General Secretary of the CCP from 193 to 1945. Purged together with Piang Tehuai as a rightist in 195-9. Chao Chi. Veteran communist. Participated in the Northern Expedition as a political commissar. Became a Trotskyist in Moscow in 1918. Active during the early stages of the Trotskyist movement in China. Chao Ping-fu. Alias Zhu Shi. Novelist and communist after 1926. Intimate friend of Lucien, who afterwards wrote an essay in his memory. Arrested and executed together with the conciliationists. Chang Hao. One of the 28 Bolsheviks. Active in the Oiaowan Soviet area as a supporter and collaborator of Chiang Kuo-tao. Nothing heard of him since the 1930s. Chang. A Peking student leader, and a member of the middle-ranking cadre of the CCP after 192 seconds. Turned to Trotskyism in 1929, and became a leader of the Chinese Trotskyist movement. Cheng Shi. A Hong Kong worker, who joined the Trotskyists in 1930. As a communist, he led an and peasant struggle in Chongshan County, Guangdong, towards the end of 1927. He was organizer of the Hong Kong Trotskyists in the mid-1930s and led an anti-Japanese guerrilla unit in Chongshan during the War of Resistance. Died in battle around 1943. CBN Hansheng. Professor of History and Sociology, and CCP sympathizer. Chn Shiying, a professor, and one of the main literary adversaries of Lucien. Studied in England. Chn 1 Mao. See under Ou Fang. Biographical list. Chn Ming Shu. 281. A military man of the Guangdong group who was usually opposed to Chiang Kai-shek. Participated in the Fujian Rebellion against Chiang in 1933. A member of the People's Republic of China State Council after 1949. Purged as a rightist in 1963. CHNT and CHIU. One of the 12 participants in the founding conference of the CCP in 1921 and a member of the Central Committee. Arrested and executed by Sheng Shi Tsai, warlord of Xinjiang. Chn Tusiu. Editor of New Youth, leader of the New Culture Movement, founder of the CCP and its General Secretary until 1927. Chn Wei Zhen. A frugal study student. His fate after 1931 is unknown. Chn Weiming alias Sakov, one of the 28 Bolsheviks. At one time principal of the Academy of Arts in memory of Lucien in Yenin. A top literary official after 1949. Chn Yen Yen, the eldest son of Chn Tusiu and a founder of the European branch of the CCP. A leading member of the Guangdong Provincial Committee of the CCP until 1926. Executed by Chiang Kai-shek in Shanghai in May 1927. Cheng Chao Lin. Writer and translator. Joined the CCP in Paris in 1922. Returned to China in 1924 to edit the party organ Shangtao. A member of the Hebei Provincial Committee of the CCP during the Revolution of 1925-7, and a participant in the Emergency Conference of August 7, 1927. Became a Trotskyist in 1929. A founder and leader of the Chinese Trotskyist organization. Served 7 years in prison under Chiang Kai-shek. Arrested by the Maoist secret police in 1952. Kept in prison without trial until 1979. Chang Chentung 82, a textile worker and veteran communist. One of the leaders of the Shanghai insurrections of 1927. Became a Trotskyist in 1929. Arrested by the Maoist police in 1952 for his dissident activities. 282. Chang Kuangzhen. Alias Hu Feng, a disciple of Lu Xun and a well-known independent left-wing leader of the so-called Hu Feng clique. Purged in 1955 by Mao. Chin Pangxian alias Poku, one of Pavel Mif's 28 Bolsheviks. Acting General Secretary of the CCP from 1932 to 1935. Died in an air crash in 1946. Qing Hongyi educationalist and nationalist. A minister in the revolutionary Wuhan government, 1926-7. Zhou Enlai joined the CCP in France in 1922. Most prominent organizer, negotiator, and administrator of the CCP. A survivor of all the internal factional struggles. Premier of the People's Republic of China from 1949 until his death. Zhou Zhougen essayist. One of the main contributors to New Youth. Introduced Japanese and East European literature into China. Brother of Lu Xun. Zhou Yang returned student from Japan. Left-wing literary leader in Shanghai in the years 1933-6. Principal of the Art Academy in Yan'an during the War of Resistance. Vice Minister of Culture after the victory of the CCP. Purged in 1966, and arrested in January 1967 as a capitalist roader. Ch2Chiu Pi writer and translator. Veteran communist and General Secretary of the CCP from August 1927 to July 1928. Executed by Chiang Kai-shek. Chu Shi, most famous Confucian scholar of the Sung dynasty. His textual commentary on the Confucian classics became standard. Chu Tan Chi Si under Li Shaokung. Fan Qinpiao 1904. A leader of the Zhejiang student movement, he participated in the Northern Expedition as a political commissar and afterwards as a leader of the peasant movement in Zhejiang. He became a leader of the Chinese Trotskyists in Moscow, and was arrested there and sent to Siberia, where he died. Biographical LLST. Feng Xiafeng. Poet and critic. Joined the CCP in 1927. A leader of the National Association of Writers and Artists after 1949. Purged during the Kultunnel Revolution. Han Kaiyan, I-94s. A leader of the younger generation of Chinese Trotskyists. Active among Hong Kong workers throughout the period of the Japanese occupation of the colony, until his death in 1945. Ho Chi Feng. Rebelled against Chiang Kai-shek in 1948 while vice-commander of the Kuomintang's 3rd Pacification Area. After 1949 Ho became among other things Vice Minister of Irrigation and Vice Minister of Agriculture. Ho Lung. A legendary CCP military leader. At the time of the split between the Wuhan government and the CCP, Ho was commander of the pro-communist 20th National Revolutionary Army. Ho Mengxiang. A labor leader in North China during the 192-7 revolution. Leader of the Kiangsu Provincial Committee of the CCP after 1928. Arrested and executed by the Kuomintang. Ho Zishen. A Peking student leader during the early 1920s. Participated in the Northern Expedition and was active in the Hunan Provincial Committee alongside Mao. Became a Trotskyist in 1929, and spent several years in jail under the Kuomintang. Arrested by the Maoist secret police in 19s2, reportedly died in prison in 1962. Ho Zishu. Returned to China from Moscow as one of the Stalinist 28 Bolsheviks group. Died in a Kuomintang prison sometime in the early 1930s. Xiaotiao Yuyin. Commander of a division of Kuomintang troops stationed at Akane, Hebei Province, who on May 6, 1927 rebelled against the Wuhan government in collusion with Chiang Kai-shek. His army was annihilated on the outskirts of Wuhan on May 18. Shang Chengfa. A worker communist and labor leader during the period of the Wuhan government. He became General Secretary of the CA at the 6th Congress in 1928, and was arrested and executed by the Kuomintang in 1931. Shang Ying. An early labor leader. Member of the Politburo after 1935 and leader of the remnant military forces in Jiangxi after the Long March. Became vice commander of the new Fourth Army in 1938. Killed by a traitor shortly after the South Anhui incident of January 1941. Xiao Changpin. Became a Trotskyist in Moscow in 1927. A founder of the Chinese Trotskyist organization. Active in North China, he left the movement in 1931. Xi Chizai. Joined the CCP in 1925 and participated in the Long March. After 1949, became Minister of the Interior and then head of the Supreme Court. Hsu Chhsin. Novelist and communist. An orphan adopted by Mao Zedong and brought up and educated under his care. Ciko Shang. Garrison commander at Changsha, where he carried out a coup against the workers' and peasants' organizations on the night of 2 May 1, 1927. Ci Mao Yung. A close collaborator of Zhou Yang, who became famous for his correspondence with Lucien in 1936 concerning the slogan of Literature of National Defense. Cite Li. Mao's teacher and a participant in the Long March. A member of the Central Committee of the CCP after 1945. Hu Shi. Philosopher and writer. Advocate of the vernacular literature. A supporter of the Kuomintang, and pro-American. Hu Yepian. Novelist and husband of the well-known authoress Ting Ling. Arrested and executed by the Kuomintang together with other Kandliatlonists. Biographical list 285. Huan Shang. Studied in Japan. A journalist during and after the War of Resistance. Delegate to the People's Consultative Conference in 1949. Chargé d'affaires in London from 1954 to 1962. Nothing heard of him since the Cultural Revolution. Huan Kongtu. Returned student from Moscow. Served as a political advisor to the Guangxi military group when they adopted an anti-Chiang Kai-shek position, but was executed after they had compromised with Nanking. Isaacs, Harold. An American journalist who published China Forum in Shanghai in the early 1930s. Became sympathetic to Trotskyism and wrote The Tragedy of the Chinese Revolution, but left the movement before the Second World War. Cao Zhenshan. Professor of Peking University. Educationalist. Executed by Chang Tsolin as a communist. Cao Itaihan. Veteran revolutionary and a political instructor at the Whampoa Military Academy. The first communist who openly attacked Chiang Kai-shek. Became a Trotskyist in 1929. Koskai, Karl. Leader of the German Social Democratic Party. Best known before 1914 as a Marxist theoretician. He opposed the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917 on the grounds that a genuine socialist proletarian revolution could only be achieved by democratic means, i.e. by universal suffrage and not by the insurrection of a minority of the nation. He opposed Lenin's theory and practice of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Kirov, Sergei Mironovich. Old Bolshevik, elected to the USSR Central Committee in 1923 and the Politburo in 1930. A staunch supporter of Stalin. His assassination in 1934 was followed by the Moscow trials. Koch became a Trotskyist in 1927 in Moscow and was expelled and sent back to China at the end of the same year. A founder of the Chinese Trotskyist movement. Arrested by the Kuomintang in 1993 and died in a Shanghai prison. 286. Ku Shunchang. A worker and leader of the Shanghai insurrections in 1927. Chief of the CCP Special Service and member of the Central Committee. Arrested by the Kuomintang, and finally executed by Chiang Kai-shek despite becoming an informer. Quan Shangying. A printer, who joined the CCP in 1992s. A member of the Central Committee until 1928. Ho Lung's political commissar during the anti-Japanese War. Li Chenying. An activist in the labor movement and member of the CCP. He joined the conciliationists in 1931, and was arrested in the same year. He left politics after his release from prison. Li Qi, known as the first Marxist scholar in China, author of a biography of Karl Marx, became a Trotskyist in 1929. Recanted after 1949. Li Qi Shen, governor of Guangdong during Northern Expedition, suppressor of Holungye Tiang Army in September 1927, head of the short-lived Fujian Rebellion against Chiang Kai-shek in November 1903 January 3, 1934. Expelled from the Kuomintang in 1947 when he organized the Kuomintang Revolutionary Committee, which supported the CCP. Li Chiu, writer and member of the Communist Youth League of China, arrested and executed with the conciliationists. Li Chengsan, a veteran Kuomintang revolutionary, active in northwest China, became a communist in France and went over to Trotskyism in 1929 together with Chen Tuxiu. Li Fujian, pen name of a foreign journalist in Shanghai, a leader of the Chinese Trotskyist movement from 1934 to 1938. Li Shaokeng, Wu Qixi, and Chu Tanqi were communists who worked in the Kuomintang before being sent to Moscow. On their return, biographical LLST to China, Li left the party and joined the Kuomintang Revolutionary Committee in the mid-1994 OS, later becoming an official under the Peking government. Wu, nephew of Chen Tuxiu, became a Trotskyist, and Chu was last heard of as a participant in the Fujian Rebellion against Chiang Kai-shek in 1933. Li Lisan, veteran communist and labor organizer, elected to Politburo in 1927. Chief executor of Stalin's ultra-left line in China during the period 1929-30, removed from the leadership in 1931 as a scapegoat for its failure. Detained in Russia until 194's. Attacked during the Cultural Revolution, when he reportedly committed suicide. Li Pianqian, a military commander under Tiang Shengqi, became one of the leaders of the Guangxi military group. Li Tachao, one of the founders of the CCP, who died for the cause. Li Weihan, alias Lo Mai, joined the CCP in France in 1922 together with Zhou Enlai and others. Head of the Orgbaro in 1936. After 1949 he was mainly in charge of the party's United Front work. He was accused of anti-party activity in December 1966 and purged in June 1967. Liang Chichao, journalist and historian, a constitutional monarchist who became leader of the so-called study clique after the downfall of the Qing dynasty. Liang Gan Chiao, studied in Moscow after graduating from the Whampoa Military Academy. Active in the Chinese Trotskyist movement for a few years, but became a leader of Chiang Kai-shek's Blue Shirt clique. Liang Potai, veteran communist, returned to China in the early 30s and worked for a while in the Jiangxi Soviet area, but little has been heard of him since then. Lin Chengshang, a young Trotskyist student in Wangkov, Zhejiang, shot by the Maoists in 1951. 288. Lin Huanhua, a leader of the student Trotskyists in Guangxi province in the early 1930s. In charge of printing for the Trotskyist Center in the mid-1993 OS and a member of the executive of the Print Workers Trade Union in Canton until his arrest in December 1952. Lin Po Ch2, veteran communist and member of the CCP Politburo. After 1949, vice chairman of the National People's Congress. Lin Yithnan, 1931. A CCP labor leader and secretary of the National Federation of Labor. Arrested and executed by the Kuomintang, together with Ho Mengxiang and other conciliationists. Lu Qiuliang, Su Chao Sheng, and Wang Shupen were three of the leaders of the second generation of Chinese Trotskyists. Lu died in a Vietnamese prison sometime in 1950, Su left the movement long before that, while Wang was executed by the Kuomintang in a concentration camp on the eve of their military debsicule. Lu Zhenqing, A founding member of the CCP and General Secretary of the Socialist League of Youth. He joined the left opposition in Moscow and visited Trotsky in Prinkipo, Turkey, in 1929. After returning to China he played a part in organizing the first groups of Chinese Trotskyists, and helped Harold Isaacs write his book The Tragedy of the Chinese Revolution. He was arrested in 1934, and recanted in prison. Lu Pan-nung. Poet and linguist. One of the main contributors to New Youth. Lu Pochuang frugal study student. He turned to Trotskyism in 1929, but became a professor soon afterwards and left the movement. Lu Xiaochi. Veteran communist and prominent Chinese labor leader of the CCP from the mid-1940s on. Head of State of the People's Republic of China after 1959, but purged during the Cultural Revolution. Biographical list. Yu Yin, alias Yuma.imi. A leader of the Wuhan student movement during the 191-7 revolution. Studied in Moscow. Active for a while in the Chinese Trotskyist movement, then became a publicist for the Kuomintang. Lo Han. Joined the CCP in 1911 in Paris. Active in the Kuomintang army until March 10 incident. Became a Trotskyist in 1918 and a leader of the left opposition of the CCP. Died in Chungking during a Japanese era. Lo Hsin. A Hong Kong worker who became a Trotskyist together with Chn Tusiu. Lo Wang. Leader of the peasant movement in Kumtung and member of the Central Committee of the CCP. Arrested in Shanghai, and executed despite his recantation. Lo Tengxian. Leader of the famous Hong Kong Canton General Strike of 1915-6, member of the Politburo after 1918, party leader in Manchuria after 1931, and organizer of anti-Japanese guerrilla detachments in that area. Returned to Shanghai in 1933, when he was arrested and executed by the Kuomintang. Lominids, Vissarion. Known as Stalin's prodigy. Comintero representative in China from July to December 1917. He masterminded the August 7 emergency conference and together with Heinz Neumann directed the December 1917 Canton insurrection. Fell into disfavor after 1930 and committed suicide in 1934. Lu Kuo, a communist since 1925, he became a Trotskyist in 1928. He is one of the few survivors of the first generation of Chinese Trotskyists, and has been the chief publisher of Trotskyist literature in Chinese. Lucian Modro, China's best-known novelist, essayist, and critic, known as China's Gorky. Original name Zhou Shuzhen. Lu Wanyian. Studied in Moscow. A translator who later left the movement. 290. Ma Yitfu. A CCP labor activist who became a Trotskyist in 1929 and defected to the Kuomintang a year later. Mao Hengqian. A leader of the Kungsi Trotskyists in the early 1930s. A member of the Central Committee of the International Workers' Party after 1949. Left the movement in 19s1. Mi Pound, Pavel. Patron of the Soe.Li 28 Bolsheviks at the Sun Yat-sen University in Moscow. Arrested in 1937 and disappeared during the purges. Ou Fang. With Chn1 Mao, Sung Feng Chun, and Shi Tiang, one of the four main founders of the first Trotskyist group in China. Imprisoned by the Kuomintang on returning from Moscow. Ou and Chn died in prison, while Sung and Shi left the movement after their release. Pianxian poet and novelist. CCP member. Arrested as a communist, and died in Tientsin jail. Pian Wenyue, a returned student from Moscow and collaborator with Li Lisan. Later purged by the Wang Ming group. Piang Pai, leader of the peasant associations in Halifang, Kumtung, after 1922. In October 1927 he organized a peasant insurrection and led the armed peasant struggle in that area. After the defeat he fled to Shanghai, where he was arrested and executed by the Kuomintang. Piang Shutset. otherwise known as Peng Shuqi. A returned student from Moscow and a member of the Central Committee of the CCP after 192 seconds, chief editor of the party organ during the 192-7 revolution. Expelled together with Chn Tusiu in November 1929 for supporting Trotskyism. Pu Taichi alias Shilu. Joined the CCP in 1926, and was active in literature and the theater. Became a Trotskyist in Moscow in 1928. Arrested together with Chn Tusiu in 1932 and released from prison in 1937. Biographical list. Radek, Karl. Went over to Stalin in 1929 and was defendant at the Second Moscow trial. Died in prison. Ramelli, Hermann. A leader of the Communist Party of Germany who fled to the USA in 1933. Arrested and executed by Stalin in 1937. Roy, M.N. 1887 to 1954. Indian nationalist and communist. Went to China in May 1927 as the representative of the Comintern. Shen Tsemin. Studied in the Soviet Union, active in the Oiaowan Soviet area in the 1930s, member of the Central Committee of the CCP. Shi Tiang. See under Ou Fang. Shi Tizun Tiung. Afterwards changed his name to Shiful Yang. Participated as a member of the CCP in the 1925-7 revolution, but left the party after its defeat. Remained an opponent of Chiang Kai-shek and a CCP sympathizer. Shumiatsky, BZ. Old Bolshevik of worker origin. An expert on Far Eastern affairs. Su Chao Sheng. See under Lu Qialing. Su Chao Cheng. A seaman, and leader of the famous 192-6 Hong Kong Canton General Strike. Chairman of the short-lived Canton Soviet government in December 1927. Sun Fo. Minister of the Wuhan government and member of the State Council. Sun Yat-sen, Madam. Maiden name, Sung Chingling. A member of the State Council of the Wuhan government. Continued to favor collaboration with the CCP even after the left wing of the Kuomintang split with the Communists. Sung Che-yi. Ian. Originally a high-ranking general under Feng Yitshang. Commander of the 29th Army on the outbreak of the anti-Japanese War in 1937. With Chiang Kai-shek's approval he became head of a pro-Japanese administration in North China. Sung Feng Chun. See under Ou Fang. Tai Chi Tao. Leader and theoretician of the Kuomintang right wing. Committed suicide when the Communists came to power. Tian Tzu Yao. A Peking student leader, and member of the Peking Committee of the CCP in 1927. Tian Ping Shan. An early leader of the CCP, expelled in 1927. He joined the Kuomintang in 1937 and later became a supporter of the Revolutionary Committee of the Kuomintang, which backed the Peking government after 1949. Tian Shengqi. Commander of the 8th Nationalist Army during the Northern Expedition. He became the military bulwark of the Wuhan government when the latter split with Chiang, and then turned with Wang Qingwei against the CCP. Tao Xingqi. An educationalist and disciple of John Dewey. A leader of the Democratic League of China, persecuted by the Kuomintang. Thulman, Ernst. Joined the German Social Democratic Party in 1903. Became a communist in 1920. Leader of the Communist Party of Germany after 1925. Carried out Stalin's ultra-left line, leading to the victory of Hitler in 1933. Arrested in March 1933 and murdered in Buchenwald 11 years later. Trang Malika. After the Second World War, when the Dutch East Indies achieved independence as the state of Indonesia, Trang became leader of the Indonesian Trotskyist movement. He disappeared during the 19 SOS, probably executed by the Sukarno regime. Biographical list 293. Tzai Hossein. A leader and martyr of the CCP. Author of The History of Opportunism in the CCP. TZIEINPEI. Veteran Kuomintang leader and important liberal educationalist. Sponsored the New Culture movement around 1919 in his capacity as president of Peking University. Tun Wen-Shang. Writer and veteran communist. Reportedly murdered in Xinjiang together with Ye Xiusong and others by Wang Ming because of his Trotskyist sympathies. Tun Pai-Wu. Veteran communist and Central Committee member after 1945. Vice Head of State. Member of the Politburo after 1966. Wang Xiangyao. A returned student from Moscow who became a Trotskyist in the early 30s. Active in the Peking student movement before he returned to his native province of Shantung, together with his wife, Chang Sanqi, to organize an anti-Japanese guerrilla detachment. Wang Qiashang. Close friend of Wang Ming, became a Mao supporter in 1932. Member of the Politburo during the Long March. First ambassador of the People's Republic of China to the Soviet Union. Purged in 1966. Wang Qingwei. Veteran member of the Kuomintang and at first leader of its left wing. He later compromised with Chiang Kai-shek and ended up a Japanese puppet. Wang Zhoufei. Joined the CCP in 1922, and was a member of the Central Committee until 1945. A member of the Communist Party delegation to the Comintern in 1928. Died in an air Osp in 1946. Wang Kochelan. A Shanghai labor leader and member of the Central Committee of the CCP. Purged by the Wang Ming group in 1931 for belonging to the Conciliationist grouping. Wang Mengxiu. Publisher, friend of CHN Tuxiu and supporter of all progressive movements in China since the beginning of the century. Wang Ming. Pseudonym of CHN Xiaoyith. Stalin's main supporter in the CCP. His group dominated the party after 1931, but was defeated during the Long March. His influence was finally eliminated at the 7th Congress of the CCP in 1945. Wang Shiwei. Writer and translator. Author of the well-known article The Wild Lily. First victim of the CCP's literary policy. It was later revealed by Mao that Wang was killed, probably in 1947. Wang Shupen. See under Lucia Liang. Wang Sungchu. Young Trotskyist educator and organizer in Japanese-occupied Shanghai. Arrested by the Maoist secret police in 1952 and committed suicide in prison. Wang Tielin. A leader of the anti-Japanese guerrilla forces in Manchuria after 193-1. Wang's units were chiefly active in the southern part of Kirin province. Wang Tu Ching. A poet and one of the 4 founders of the Creation Society. A professor at Chung-Shan University in Canton. Went over to Trotskyism in 1929 together with Chn Tuxiu. Died of typhoid. Wu Qixian. See under Li Shaokeng. Wu Qihui. Ex-anarchist, veteran member of the Kuomintang, and one of the sponsors of the Society for Frugal Study by Means of Labor. Wu Fuqing. A leader of the Moscow branch of the CCP in 1927-8. Worked under Zhou Enlai after being sent back to China. Wu Liping. Returned student from the Soviet Union, and translator of several Manti.st classics. At one time Mao's secretary and interpreter. Wu Ilichang, veteran communist and educationalist. A member of the Central Committee after 1938, and later a member of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress. Yang Pao, and a communist working in the Kuomintang as a member of its Central Committee and Central Control Commission. Stayed loyal to the CCP after the split between the two parties and was arrested and executed by the Kuomintang. Yaroslavsky, Y.M. One of Stalin's literary henchmen. Author of the charges on which the left oppositionists were expelled from the party in 1927. Ye Qianying, professional military man who participated in the Northern Expedition and the Canton Insurrection of December 1927. Chief of Staff of the CA's 8th Route Army after 1937. Now Defense Minister in the Peking government and member of Politburo Standing Committee. Yancheng a Kuomintang general of leftist persuasion. He was sacked by Chiang when his division reached Hangzhou, capital of Zhejiang, and reportedly left politics after that. Yin Kayuan veteran communist who joined the CCP in France together with Zhou Enlai and Chni active in the Central Committee and the Anhui Provincial Committee of the CCP in 192-7, and became a Trotskyist in 1929. Twice arrested by the Kuomintang for his revolutionary activities. Arrested by the Maoists in 19s2. Li Xiusong veteran communist and early leader of the Chinese students in Moscow before Wang Ming. Said to have been murdered by Wang Ming in Xinjiang in 1937 as a Trotskyist. Elin Taiying, a political instructor at the Whampoa Military Academy, and a member of the Central Committee of the CCP. One of the most respected leaders of the